know where you are slotted in. We may not follow this order because people may not be here as per this order. So kindly don't wait for this time. Come forward, give us your name and the topic of your presentation. We shall reschedule immediately and start. And presenters present. Your name, please. Sorry? Irene. You, Irene, eh? Thank you. Another one. Next. Dorothy. Can we give the number 2? You are number 2. Yes. Mango. Number 3. Yes. Joe. Joe, you are number which? You are number 4. Yes. Namibia. Namibia.
Yes.
Number 5. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, yes. Jeremy. You're going to be on number 6. Maybe next page. Number 6. Okay. Stephen. Even if you want to be in the afternoon and you are here, let's know. Okay. So you are number 6. 7. 7. Anyone behind there? Our views about their work, their research. Let us appreciate them for the work that they are doing, and I hope we shall have a very fruitful session here in engineering and ICT. You are all welcome. I have my co-panelists.
And maybe I want to emphasize we are running behind schedule. Let everybody please give out their slides so that we don't waste time in transitioning from one presenter to another. And then I will request you, once you come, kindly don't read your slides, kindly present so that we don't waste time you going through your slides one by one so that we take the shortest time. I think we will only give you a maximum of 10 minutes. And one of us will be your timekeeper, and we will be informing you when time is running out so that we don't have sessions that are running over and we know the entire day is well packed. So we request you, once we've informed you your time is up, be obedient so that we also preserve more time for the other presenters. But I wish you all the best. Remember, this is not a defense, this is a conference. We are here just to interact with your work. And the reason why we are here is we want to see what you're doing. And remember, you're just disseminating your findings. God bless you and all the best.
Morning. I'm Dr. Amos Chege from the Directorate of Research in charge of Innovations, and also in the School of Computing, Department of Computer Science and Bill for presenters in computing. Thank you very much and welcome.
Okay, I think the instructions are clear. We are all guided Have you shared? First presenter, if you are ready, please come forward. Irene, get to. Let's give her a hand clap as she comes forward on the presentation. So she's presenting a topic that is on our page there, comparative analysis of ANN, ARIMA, WAHARIMA, and WANN for seasonal and annual drought forecasting in Pekera catchment in Kenya. Karibuni.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. This is Irene Jeptum, and I am from Southeastern Kenya University. It is in the other side, and I realized that Meru University is also in a forested place, just like Southeastern Kenya University. Therefore, it makes the place very familiar. So I am going to present about comparative analysis of artificial neural networks, autoregressive integrated moving average, WARIMA, and one, those are the wavelength hybrids of the two, for seasonal and annual drought forecasting in Perkera river catchments. My co-authors are Professor Engineer Meso, Dr. Engineer Jeremiah Kiptala, and Dr. Charles Cheruyot. All of them are from JKUAT. They are my co-authors. They are also my supervisors. I'm a PhD student at JKUAT. And my sub-theme is Engineering the Future, Smart Infrastructure, Renewable Energy, and Sustainable Design. So in my introduction, I was saying why the drought forecasting matters, and it is because, first of all, drought is mostly known by the shortage of rainfall that we receive, and based on the deficiency nature of the rainfall or the amount of rains that we receive, we get the drought classified into 4 categories. That is the meteorological droughts, the agricultural droughts, the hydrological, and after the 3 have occurred, we now end up with the 4th one. That is the socio-economic drought, and that one affects now the movement of the economies, the supplies and the demands. That is when you start feeling that the market, we do not have tomatoes in the market. That is when we come to the socio-economic drought. And hydrological drought, as it is the most emphasis of this study, it poses a direct or severe threat to our water securities, the agricultural productivity, and ecosystem sustainability. And this threat has become more acute in the sub-Saharan Africa, and especially by a study by Mohammed, 2025, they found out that Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia were found to be categorized as extremely water-stressed countries, because most of the time when the drought comes, they are mostly severely hit. And we saw that in the recent past, especially in 2021, 2023, and also from the results, you will be able to see that the historical data shows the 2010 drought. And therefore, in being able to predict this drought well, we are going to be able to give ourselves early warnings so that we can prepare well for the oncoming droughts. And therefore, this study has reviewed these models. These are just the ARIMA and the WARIMA, those are mathematical stochastic models, while the artificial neural networks, it's like a brain, like it is able to learn the behavior of the historical data, and therefore it ends up to be able to tell us what is likely to happen in the future. So that is the artificial neural networks. As therefore, we are going to see how the 4 models are behaving when we are forecasting the drought to the year 2050. These are the objectives of the study: to develop and evaluate a hybrid modeling framework for hydrological forecasting in a data-scarce semi-arid Perkera River catchment. And first of all, I was able to do the drought indices. That is the stream flow drought index for the hydrological. I'll be calling it SDI. And the standardized precipitation index, I'll be calling it SPI. That is mostly for the meteorological droughts. And then forecasting these indices using the 4 models I've explained. And later, we compare how the performance of the 4 models were behaving. This is my study area together with the river gauging stations. That is the location of Perkera. It is in Baringo County in this Kenya. And mostly the total catchment area is 1,663 kilometers square. And the river is perennial, and therefore it's the only perennial river in the catchment. It is being depended on by the inhabitants within the catchment and outside the catchment, who are over 20,000. And it supports the near irrigation scheme called Perkera Irrigation Scheme that is near the Lake Baringo. That's at the outlet of Perkera River Gauging Station. And they have slopes which are about gently lowering at around 9% over the 80% of the catchment. The other few are just some forested hills, the Tugen Hills, and also some more of a flat plains, but majority has a gentle rolling slopes. We have the soils, mostly they are the nitty soils, camby soils, and the lecto soils. For the methodology, this flow chart is summarizing what I've been explaining. That first of all, the important part of this study was to get the data. The data, this semi-arid and 2023 stream flow data that was available, to be able to get a 43-year gap-free data that I was able now to feed into the model. And later, dominance, and it was a low variability season. And the most important season for Perkera is the June, July, August season. It's the most season that we have the long rains, and therefore we have to get the the drought in that season very well, so that we are able to give warning as early as possible, and therefore it's considered as the highest variability season. And Warima for that season, it performed well for both the SDI and the SPI. So and it is because of the strong autocorrelation that was observed during the SDI drought indices. So in conclusion, I'm saying that HMS provided a very valuable foundational data that provided data for being able to do the drought forecasting. It requires about 30 years to be able to, for you to be able to give a very good historical view to be able to forecast the future. And the rest I've explained that the trend and uncertainty increased when across all the models when the time was approaching 2050. The disparity became very clear, and it was going away from the trend line. And for future works, this study proposes that there should be an integration of the climate projections for physically informed trends, and for multi-catchment analysis, validation of the hydrometeorological data to be done. And finally, if we can get a real-time forecast that is updating itself, it would reduce the long-term uncertainty. Those are some of the references, and that is the end. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Iris. A lot of applause for Iris. Yes, so thank you very much for the insightful presentation. Now I'll request you to kindly have a seat. We'll be taking questions after every 5 participants present. So kindly let us be taking note of the questions that we have, and we'll be able to have that end of the 5 presenter session to interact with the participants. So once you present, kindly don't leave, just sit on the front here so that we can be able to get to interact with you with the questions. We have our next presenter, Dorothy, who is making a presentation on influence of institutional, regulatory and financial factors on operationalization of a sanitation levy, a case study of Nakuru, Kenya. Dorothy, you have 10 minutes to make this presentation. And kindly note, if you hear the tap, you have 5 minutes, so you kindly move fast. Thank you very much, and kindly take the floor. Thank you.
So good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Dorothy Kabure from the Sanitation Research Institute, Meru University. I'm here today to present my study. The title is An Assessment of Institutional Factors Influencing Operationalization of Sanitation Levy in Nakuru City, Kenya. So my sub-theme goes with the master theme, innovative financing for climate resilient urban sanitation. This call is a direct response to a pre-4-wash call in collaboration with NAWASCO. NAWASCO is Nakuru Water and Sanitation Services Company. So my supervisors are Dr. George Wainaina of pre-4-wash IWAG, and then Dr. Ivy Chumo and Dr. Leonita Sumba. So we all know that sanitation provision has a major challenge, that is financing. And when you go globally, sanitation has a gap of $1 trillion US. When you come to the Kenyan situation, the funding gap goes to $7 billion US, and that is why most of our cities have unsafely managed sanitation. And you find that to bridge this gap, the Water and Sanitation Regulatory Board came up with a way of financing sanitation, which is the sanitation levy that was in 2021. And it was agreed that the sanitation levy would be domiciled in specific, the water service provider, that is the utilities. We have 98 utilities in Kenya. And so Nakuru, having been elevated as a city in 2021, of course facing rapid population, which meant that the existing sanitation facilities were outpaced, so the infrastructure could not hold the growing population, proposed the levy, successfully proposed the levy. And we find that in Nakuru City, we already have an existing levy, but that is charged on the sewerage. So we don't have anything for the on-site sanitation. We just have, the existing levy just serves the connected, the consumers who are connected to the sewer. So you find that 35% of Nakuru
successfully proposed a sanitation levy, it was required by WASREP now to bring up a framework on how they would operationalize this levy, because now when it's just as a proposal, it is just a concept. Now they needed a tool to move that concept now to something which is functional. And then Nakuru is the first utility to propose a sanitation levy in Kenya, because this is a new concept by WASREP. And so the problem here is that the research was trying to solve is to get a context-specific strategy in which Nakuru would use now to move the levy to a functional state. And so the aim of this study is to assess NAWASCO's readiness and the capacity to operationalize the levy. And how do we do it? Since Nakuru is a pioneer utility to have the levy, so we have the study looked into successful cross-country cases, some global and regional cases who have successfully implemented the levy, so that now, having the knowledge of how successful they are and why they have been able to sustain their levy for some time, we had to look to those cases, and then now we come to NAWASCO and look at the institutional readiness of this particular utility. So the research objectives, the general is to assess the effects of the institutional factors on operationalization of the sanitation levy, which came in 3 pillars. The first pillar is the organizational structure. The second pillar is staff capacity, and then the third pillar is governance and coordination. Institutional arrangement is a key pillar in implementing any levy. So the methodology that the study adopted is sequential mixed method case analysis, which came in 2 phases, as the name goes, sequential. So we had the first phase, which is the cross-country learning. So there was fieldwork, virtual fieldwork, from utilities in Zambia, Burkina Faso, India, Ghana, Mozambique, and Philippines. And then that is phase 1. Then phase 2 went to NAWASCO. NAWASCO is the primary water provider for Nakuru City. So the situational analysis of NAWASCO being a pioneer utility. So the sample analysis was 47 participants through purposive sampling. Why purposive sampling? This study wanted to get rich information. So we had to get people who are in the field, the sanitation stakeholders who had the information that the study needed. And before this study, NAWASCO had done a willingness to pay study, now which informed this. So now the households had already accepted the sanitation levy. Now we wanted to look at the different stakeholders and how they feel about the levy. And then through thematic coding and descriptive statistics, we were able to analyze the data. And then triangulation was done through convergence matrix. So the findings of this of the study were, number 1, specialized organizational structures. The study basically wanted to look at the drivers, the barriers, and the opportunities which can be found from the successful cases. So these drivers, the barriers, and the opportunities were just to get the main lessons, to know why those countries were able to succeed implementing the levy. So when we come to Nakuru, we also looked into several things, and the findings are, number 1, for a levy to function well, we found that there were dedicated sanitation units which were there in order to ensure that all the sanitation administrative duties have a home. So, because without this, remember this one is a water utilities, all the functions of the sanitation, which are supposed to be on the side of sanitation, even the funding, it's always shadowed by the water supply priorities. So findings from the cross-country analysis showed that dedicated sanitation units enable stable service delivery. When it came to NAWASCO, the study found out that NAWASCO has already established a peri-urban unit that is basically meant to cater for the on-site sanitation in the Nakuru city and its peri-urban areas. But now it was noted that there is a critical gap of manpower, because although NAWASCO has enough staff, there is no much dedication to on-site sanitation, which led to NAWASCO to do sanitation marketing. They had to depend on the health department of the county, of the county government of Nakuru. So manpower and resources was necessary. So the recommendation for this was to formalize and resource the peri-urban income consumer unit as an administrative unit. So the county government of Nakuru and NAWASCO should prioritize the specialized dedicated units just for sanitation. Then the next one is awareness.
2 minutes.
Awareness creation, strategic leadership, and strategic naming. Willingness to pay is driven by how aware the people are, and also strategic leadership, the people who are in leadership, especially at the grassroots, because they are the ones who are able to disseminate the information, and also strategic naming, especially when we talk about tax, we need names which don't create a phobia, because historically we know there is a phobia attached to the word tax. So different words were suggested for that. And then the mandates, in the cross-country analysis, the study was able to establish that Zambia, the Lusaka Water and Sewerage Company, it started its levy in 2009 but stopped in 2009 because of interference, political interference and interference from other departments. And when we came to NAWASCO, we also were able to identify that there were coordination lapses between the NAWASCO and county governments. And so the county government of Nakuru needs to form a force where they will be able to separate, so that we can have the clear mandates, so that we can avoid overlapping. And then there is technical training of artisans and also the staff. Training was found out to be one key thing in levy implementation. And in NAWASCO, we found the study found out that NAWASCO has prepared their staff in matters of sanitation, but not fully on sanitation levy. So, and also the artisans who are will be used now when we come to the infrastructure side of the sanitation levy. They need to be trained so that now they can be able to have standardized containment designs when it comes to investing in the sanitation infrastructure. And so this is basically the synthesis and the strategic recommendations of the formalized units, autonomy of the organization, the NAWASCO as an organization, then adoption of innovative terminology, and then aligned coordination, strategic leadership, and also enhanced awareness creation. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much for the insightful presentation. Yes, so kindly also have a seat next to Irene. We'll be getting to interact with you in a short while. Our next presenter is giving a presentation on, that is number 3, This is Mengo, an assessment of the impact of wastewater pollution in Honey River in Nyeri County, Kenya. Yeah, thank you very much, Mengo. You are welcome, and kindly ensure that you do your 10 minutes, okay? So when I tap twice, 5 minutes. If I tap once, you have 2 minutes. We keep time.
Good morning. My name's Ezekiel Sumariki Mengo. And I'm here to present a topic on assessment of wastewater pollution impact on Honey River. Honey River is a river that originates from Aberdare Ranges, and the river is used for, is dependent for drinking water, washing clothes, and many others. So my assignment is a case study of Nyeri County. In Nyeri County, that is investigating the nexus between sanitation, infrastructure, and environmental health. My supervisors are Dr. Engineer Lucas Mogaka and Dr. Engineer Vitalis Tom. So, problem statement. Honey River has been outspaced by the development of centralized sanitation systems, which is leading to reliance on on-site sanitation. That is household on-site sanitation facilities, that is treatment and septic tanks. High level, the critical gap is that there is high level of human activity and inadequate effluent management, which have triggered severe microbiome and physiochemical degradation, threatening downstream livelihoods. We have a layout map of the Honey River, the one that is in blue, and that is a settlement in a place called Moiga Town. That's my study area. So the significance of the study, one is environmental protection, that is establishing the baseline of water quality data for Honey River to mitigate the collapsing of ecosystems and the loss of aquatic life in that river due to pathogen contamination due to nitrate loading. We have public health policy providing evidence-based insights to Nyeri County Health Department to manage the high level of burden of waterborne diseases, which is linked to the contamination from the river, which is at 58.3%. Then we also have the support from the riparian land buffer zone through enforcement, that is the MCA Act 1999. We also have improving drinking water safety for rural communities using untreated water. My research objectives, one was to map the spatial distribution of the household on-site facilities along that buffer zone, along that river, Honey River. Then we have the carrying out the water quality, that is the physiochemical properties, that is physical parameters like pH. We have odor, we have temperature, You have electrical conductivity, then you have chemical parameters. That's like, that is BOD, COD. You have phosphates, nitrates. Then you also have biological water quality, such as E. coli. We have total coliforms, fecal coliforms, Shigella, Salmonella, and such. Then we have the number 3, the prevalence of waterborne diseases among the local population. And objective number 4 was to relate now the closeness of the proximity of the sanitation systems against now the water quality test results. We have the methodology, the study area design. The design was to descriptive cross-section study, that is mapping the sanitation, the household and the sanitation facilities. Then we have sampling, that is collecting water samples and doing water tests in 2 labs, that is for comparison purposes. Then we have materials, you have GPS mapping tools, and also PCR techniques, that is the thermocycler. We have the ICP-MS, and we have the incubation, that is for the microbiome. Then water quality, that is the physiochemical. I was able to note that the turbidity of the river was very high. The BOD also was very high, 70% beyond the limit, the permissible limit. Then you have the pH level. Then you have electrical conductivity. So seasonal trends show that physiochemical parameters breached safety criteria during peak periods. During the wet season, the turbidity was high. During the dry season, we noted there is the issue of high level of E. coli, fecal coliform, and torticoliforms. The microbial findings, that one I have pointed out. I was doing on 3 sites, that is upstream of the river, that is along the boundary. Then at the point where you have now the settlement, that is Muiga Point. Then downstream of Muiga, you have Chaka Point. So you can note that at Muiga Point, during the dry seasons, there was process of torticoliforms, fecal coliforms, and Shigella. Whereas at Chaka Point, that's the downstream, the E. coli during the wet season was 6.7, which was high. The spatial influence of sanitation, 85% facilities within 200 meters buffer zone showed that the domestic pit latrines violate NEMA sanitary buffer zone. 25% of the facilities are situated less than 60 meters from the river, encouraging direct subsurface hydraulic infiltration. We have discussion, sanitation versus health nexus. The high level of prevalence of the diseases was, as reported earlier, was 58.3, which confirms that Honey River acts as a vector for waterborne enteric pathogens due to water influx. Then there is infrastructure failure, low technical quality of pit latrines, lack of lining in the high water table areas contribute to rapid contamination. Key finding, distance from the river is the strongest predictor of pathogen density in household water sources. In conclusion, there's an urgent action that is needed to enforce that all the people who are residing along the riparian buffer zone, that length may be contributed to the direct reaching of the waste to the river. Then improvement, that is upgrade existing on-site sanitation to be lined or water tight systems, like coming up with a treatment plant where you can now you can now treat the waste instead of using now the on-site sanitation facilities. You can now connect them and treat it somewhere. Then that is the water treatment. The water treatment, promotion of household water treatment, that is boiling or doing chlorination before people take it as domestic water. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emengo, for the nice presentation. You just passed by 1 minute, but we really appreciate that. So we have our next presenter, who is Joe Mutugi Morede, a JP Smart Real Estate, a solar-powered IoT smart house and farm automation system. Take the floor, Joe, and kindly note we have the 10 minutes. Tapping twice means you have done 5 minutes and you have 5 minutes to go. Thank you. And we keep taking questions for our presenters, please. We have one more, and then we can be able to ask the questions that you've already captured. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Joe Mutugi Moredi from Meru University. I'm a lab technologist, the electronics and communication lab. So my project is a JP Smart Real Estate where everything is automated. So it's a solar-powered IoT, smart house and farm automation. So the problem that I was trying to solve, in many homes and farms, things are done manually, and the tasks that are done in our homes, some are costly and inefficient. So most of our daily tasks require our effort, like for example, opening gates, doing irrigations, and it makes it difficult for the elderly and the physical impaired people. So again, the systems have been are fragmented and expensive. In the cases of where people use Kenya Power, for example, instead of solar energy, you find that the bills are so high depending on how different people are using different systems in their homes, and so there is high energy consumption where there is no solar integration. So the solution that I found, I came up with a solar-powered smart home and farm and waste system, whereby everything has been automated, controlled via a web dashboard, using sensors and using voice and button commands, whereby you can control your house or your homestead from anywhere in the world, or rather from anywhere in our country, Kenya. So how it works, the system is being powered using green energy, that is the solar. So the solar energy is connected to our storage devices, the batteries and the microcontrollers, the sensors, by the use of even the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connections to communicate and to automate everything. And what you can see, the second image, is an interface of buttons, only that the wordings are not so clear. Instead of using, there are two options. You can use voice. Another option, you can use buttons, like the ones you can see in the second image. The second one, those are buttons. Then the key features that have featured in the whole system is a fingerprint, smart gate access, whereby only authorized people whose fingerprint has been registered in the system. Another key feature is we have controlled everything using voice commands, whereby the system will require you to input, or for example, if you want to switch on lighting in your home, if you want to open doors, use voice commands. Then there's also an anti-theft system, there's a fire detection system, there's a smart irrigation whereby you're not required to go even in the farm. You can operate the pumps in the farm from anywhere in Kenya, or rather if now you have the application in your phone. Then you can also do smart poultry and fish farming. There's also a feature of automatic waste management system whereby you are not you just if you want to dispose any waste from your house, for example, you cannot even, or rather you are whatever for example, in our day-to-day lives, even when you go outside here, the theaters, you'll find dustbins. And some of the dustbins, some are operated manually. Some are been integrated with features where you step on a certain mechanism and it opens for you. But now this one, you do not need to operate anywhere. You just approach the dustbin and it opens the lid for you. And now another key feature is that there is solar energy monitoring, whereby every power that is consumed in the homestead that is connected in the whole system, you can easily monitor it. So everything is fully automated, and that makes an intelligent living. So the uniqueness of this, not that it does not exist in the market, it is there, but the uniqueness of this is that you'll find everything in one system. That is one. Then another one is it's 100% solar powered. So the only bills that you are required to pay is maybe maintenance bills when you want to maintain the solar system. So, and it is also maintained for the elderly and the disabled users, and it has lower cost and built for the Kenyan environment. So the target market are the real estate owners, the farmers, the schools and institutions, rural households, and people that live with special needs. So if we get multiple markets, we get a bigger opportunity. So the market opportunity that is there today is that there's growing demand for smart homes and automation, whereby so many people are desiring to leave the manual way and start going the automatic way. So there is also a rising need for sustainable solar solutions, because you find out like in our Kenya, in our country that we live today, the cases of high consumption of high cost of consumption of power is so high. Now the integration of the solar system brings it to a solution whereby the only bills that you have to your house or to your homestead, we install everything as a full package. There's also a modular unit in case you just want the voice automated and nothing else, no automation of the gates, no automation of the poultry farming, no automation of the farming. You just want maybe just one unit. There's also the installation and setup fee and the maintenance and upgrading services. Then our economics, unit economics, the cost per unit ranges between 55,000 to 75,000, and if you sell it at a range of 120,000 to 160,000, you make a profit of 60 to 80,000. In near future, we are planning to improve and upgrade the current system. To improve our current system, and we start a small-scale production, work with investors, and expand across Kenya and East Africa at large. There's also a part of support required. In case you want to invest in this the project, if I get around 2.5 million to improve the hardware and the software, to pilot installations, and for certification and production. Then the value proposition, or why you should invest, because there is high demand in the market. It is scalable across Kenya and Africa. There are strong profit margin and solves most of societal problems. So that is our JP Smart Real Estate, transforming how Kenya and Africa at large lives, farms, and powers homes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll stop there. We go to the online. Our chief guest is online. We have actually been keeping him waiting. He was expecting that at 11 he was to present, but we got late. So kindly get to Zoom and let's have him talk to us. He's Professor Engineer Christopher Murithi Maina, the Professor of Electrical and Electronics Engineering from the Murang'a University of Technology. He's our guest speaker today. So I ask that the ICT can bring him on. Then we have one presenter who is going to present online, who is also waiting. We will jump quickly to him after the chief guest speaker, not chief guest, and then we can now come back to the floor to continue with the remaining two. Before lunch, we want to make sure that we have dealt with all the presentations that were scheduled before lunchtime. Thank you, and can we have, if it's ready? Are you able to see them? Meanwhile, I hope you've been writing down your questions because they really want to hear your suggestions about their topics. Let's not just listen. Let's give them some critical information that they can help them to improve on their research. So I hope you have been taking notes on the various questions, maybe to assist them to understand what could be right or wrong with their topics. So let's have a guest speaker. Okay. It is still coming. You have shared your...
Is it visible?
No, we can only see you. We are not seeing the screen yet. Yes, we can see your screen, Prof. So this is nice. This is who.
Is the screen visible?
Oh, I think we have someone who was also online. Let him pull down his presentation. Evans, if you can hear, please. You can wait a bit. Let Professor finish his presentation. Then you can come on. Yeah. Evans, please. You can stop sharing. Yeah, it's called technology. I think, Prof, this could be yours.
Yeah, that is fine.
Okay, kindly proceed.
You said I can proceed?
Yes, we are waiting for you to start. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I would like to welcome all of us to this. So I'll try to make it as simple as possible, but as well as engaging. Engineering, the age of intelligence, from silos to systems for a resilient and sustainable future. So my names are Christopher Maina Muredi. I'm a professor of electrical engineering in Murang'a University of Technology and currently heading the research docket. So what is the problem currently? The biggest problem that the world is, or the humanity is facing today, usual suspects include climate smart change, climate change, food insecurity, healthcare, energy, unemployment, AI. But are these really the problems that we are facing? Or is it something else? And I believe it's none of those. The biggest problem is that we are trying to solve interdisciplinary problems using disciplinary thinking. And I will be illustrating why I think so. So the 20th century, which has passed, we worked in silos. So we had engineers working separately, the medical doctors working separately, not working separately. This working in a problem have in the 21st century require a different kind of approach. They require us to work in collaboration so that what we call climate change, public health, sustainable energy, economic growth, all should be viewed from all angles so that each one of us is able to contribute effectively to solve the changes that are facing this world. And I'll be showing the proof of concept with just 2 or 3 examples shortly. So yesterday, we were working in silos, and by yesterday, I'm talking about the 20th century. But in the 21st century, we have an opportunity where we can bring all this together so that engineering, health, economics, and environment policy be worked in using data and AI in a way that we are able to solve all these issues in an integrated approach. And this is where my talk is heading to. So, proof of concept 1. Last year, we gave one of a student, a Master of Technology student, final year, a project, and she was able to come up with a project titled Matana Guide, a way of monitoring mothers postpartum and communicating the problem the mother has to the doctor remotely. Now, for her to be able to do this, we had to team her up with about 10 students from different backgrounds, some Kenyans, some from Ireland, some from electric course, some from mechanical, biomedical. And that way we were able to come up with a very unique problem solver for this unique problem that faces mothers, especially in Africa, within the 2 to 3 days after they give birth. And this has potential, is that it has the potential to monitor the vitals, which is actually detect risks. It alerts the doctor and also the mother, and has the potential of saving lives. But how are we able to do this? We were able to accomplish this because we did an integrated approach. The student, being an electrical engineer, had to work closely with software engineering, AI and machine learning, public health, telecommunication, data science, ethics, policy, economics, and all this. And by the way, it's a real story because she was the national winner in the recent Startup Africa competition, and she got the 75,000 winner prize. And currently we are working towards having this project both secured as a utility model in keeping, and as well as we pilot it now in hospital so that we can see its applicability. So this is what I imply by integrated approach. You may have seen this vehicle in the socials. It sparked a lot of conversation when the PS drove it during Strive for Society exhibitions that happened last month. This is our NUT 001 car that we fabricated within the university. And it was unique because you could feel of local manufacturing. It wasn't as smooth. It didn't have all the nice looks that the usual cars have. We got criticism that it is not shaped well. But what was important is that it can move. It can move from Murang'a to Nairobi, and it can charge purely, not purely, can charge from the sockets, and as well as supplement power using a panel that is on its environmental science, economics, and policy and regulation. And that is what we are saying, talking about integration. It is bringing last year when I was there during my sabbatical leave. And one of the problems we encountered is that this is a utility company with a lot of data. They have literally mapped the entire country at the earth, and all that data is in form of GIS data files. So that means these are images that have stored all assets. Now the challenge was, how do we convert GIS models, or how do we convert images into electrical circuits? That I and one of my students took up, and we developed a tool that was able to convert images into electrical components and read the data again from the same GIS model and come up with the electrical models. What used to take an engineer about 3 to 4 weeks to model one distribution line now can take about 5 minutes to come up with the entire distribution line. It's a drawing to scale, and we are able to carry out any type of analysis for that line. As we speak currently, only about the 1,400 distribution being modeled in Kenya Power. But with such a tool, everything can be done within a day, and we will have all the distribution systems well modeled and can be analyzed at a go. So what this required again, it required us to move not only from GIS knowledge and geospatial analysis, which is some power systems, Python learning, through machine learning, artificial intelligence, database management, digital twin development, and much more. And the result, currently we are pursuing a patent, and we also got an award during the GRID conference that happened last year. And this is what, again, if we integrate, if we work together, then it's possible solutions that as individuals we would never have thought of coming up with. And then our final concept is on precision agriculture. We don't know this agriculture, we rely too much on the rains, yet we have enough information. We have the meteorological information, we have tools, satellite, each so much terms of, we have enough information to enable us to map well when and how we should plant and even to irrigate. All in all is that it's no longer going to be a science left alone. It's actually an engineering discipline to call us the GIS and to see from technology, IoT, astrology and science, climate and soil science, irrigation, water source engineering, software development, cultural economics, all these must come into play. So in other words, we are slowly shifting visual departments and schools working as silos, them integrating, because that is the only way we're going to tackle the problems ahead of us. Now, if I narrow down to engineering training, again, this is becoming key, because what we have been used to training for now is bound to change. Because already as we have done so with the pure engineering science, they have ascended to the Washington Accord. Currently, the BTech programs and the diploma programs are going to us to the Sydney and the Accord respectively. And what this is calling us to is that we are all going to have the same methodology. We're going to have the same attributes. Whether it is a Bachelor of Science holder, we're going to have the same attributes. That, as for example, knowledge, problem analysis, design. We must have the same. We must have ability to solve problems using mathematics, natural sciences, engineering fundamentals, and use modern tools. And we must map this into our course outlines. so that every time I pick up a unit, I should be able to identify which attribute am I contributing, which knowledge profile am I going to impact on this student, and how am I going to do. So what this is doing is actually, it's making a bit more complex than it was, because now we have so many things to integrate together. And what this is again calling for us is AI-assisted mapping for us engineering lecturers. We need to find tools, and they are all there for us, that can map all these problems with all these solutions, so that we can have what we call efficiency. So we have AI efficiency, our expertise as the human experience, because everything that AI gives us, we must pre-process as the human expert, and there we'll have student success. And here I want to demonstrate an example just for us to understand what we are saying. So for example, I get a course unit like electrical circuit theory. How am I going to train it? So I can go to a book like a tool like Notepad. I put in my lecture notes there, and it's going to give me, open up my lectures so that I'm able to see even how much I can teach. And I just want to show you something small there. How much I'm going to teach. It's going to give me simulation problems. It's going to give me some calculations. It's going to give me some video outputs, preparing students. It's going to give me flashcards, infographics, so that in a go, I'm able to map all that I need for that lesson, the 2-hour lesson, to a way that is going to be very exciting, but as also very impactful to the student. So at the end of the day, the student has learned, has used a tool, has been able to get an attribute, and is able to see the entire course in one picture, and be able to understand from where we are coming from and where we are going. And that is going to be the way we are going to have our students impacted in a powerful way, but also in an effective way, that we can use tools already in our phones. So this is what we are talking about, the engineering in the age of intelligence. So where is Africa today? Africa skipped landlines. If you all recall, we had landlines and our whole telecom industry collapsed. But we didn't collapse with it, because we immediately jumped into mobile phones. And why is that? So what did we save? We saved billions of shillings of constructing lines. Now we can do the same with Industrial 4.40. We are not too late to jump into AI-enabled sustainable development. So Industrial 4.0 is not our challenge, it's actually our opportunity. Artificial intelligence is not equal to artificial wisdom. That one we must know. We must know that technology without ethics is dangerous, innovation without humanity is incomplete, and engineering without sustainability is irresponsible. So what we are calling for is a sustainable development approach. So we must have the human expert to bring in creativity, critical thinking, empathy, and collaboration. We bring in artificial intelligence, which will help us in data processing, pattern recognition, automation, and predictive insights. And then we bring the moral aspect, where we have the ethics, ethical usage of AI, of human intelligence. We have integrity, we have responsibility, and we have compassion. Once all these are integrated together, again, we are able to get a better planet, better society, and a better future. So we are saying that knowledge plus collaboration plus technology plus ethics is equal to a better world. And what history we look at back in this generation, it will not be asking whether we build better machines. It will be better. It will better ask whether we build a better and smarter humanity. So the problems of today will not be solved by the smartest engineer or smartest doctor or the smartest economist alone. They will be solved by teams of that are courageous enough to think beyond disciplines and humble enough to learn from each other. And this is what we are being called for. So tomorrow is not something we wait for. we can start engineering it today. So what the integrator pledge is that I will not stay in my silo. I will learn the language of the other discipline. I will be able to build systems, not just components, and I will put humanity at the center. That is how we are going to change the future. So we have already seen the proof of concept. Our maternal guard, award-winning concept that is now going to go for clinical trials. There was another one, Tinisic, which won that place, has the same concept of integrating medicine with engineering. We have the green EV vehicle, we have precision agriculture, and I'm sure the university we are talking to, Meru University, has numerous of such like projects that they are doing that are impacting society. So what you came to hear is not about interdisciplinary research only, but I want you to live believing that we can change the future, because integration is a choice and we can choose it today. So this is the future that I envision, where all the different aspects of departments or schools are able to work together in shared knowledge, shared purpose, and a shared future. That way, we'll be able to come up with very unique solutions that impact the entire society. That is the engineering in an age of intelligence, where we are combining from agriculture, food security, through energy sustainability, through industry and manufacturing, through infrastructure and smart cities, digital technology, health and well-being, and all being under the same thinking capacity of intelligent engineering. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you. Hey, can we give Prof. a very good hand clap? Thank you, Professor. What a challenge. I am sure we are all challenged by your presentation, and indeed it captures the mood of our conference, reimagining the future, and already we can see you are already in the future and we are in the present. And I'm sure my audience here are quite thrilled about your innovations, and I know some here have something that they have been thinking about. So that small thing that you've been thinking about, bring it out. I think most of us have ideas, but we fear to bring them out. And I think at this juncture, I will maybe, because I know you are going to leave, maybe a few minutes, if anyone has any question for Prof, which you want him to respond to, in line with maybe what you are working on, what you are thinking, the AI and all what he's showing here, the interdisciplinary, how to work, how do you work, how do you build a team. This is the moment. If anyone has a question, one or two for him, before we allow him to exit, because he has been waiting online. Anyone with a question for him? But maybe, Prof, if you can hear me, maybe as they think of a question, I'll ask on behalf of the panel, how are you able to come up with all this? Do you have a research team, or do you work alone? And how can we replicate some of this across the universities? Because it seems it's a very interesting way of working. So, Prof, how are you able to, do you have a research team? Do you work alone? Maybe you can help us to see how also we can start a similar thing. Prof, to you, if you can hear, you can answer.
Yes, I've heard you very clearly. Let me say, I used to work alone, but I no longer work alone. For the last 5 years, I have purposed to work in teams. So that is what has helped. mainly because you learn a lot from a team than when you work as an individual. So that is what has helped. And yes, it is true, we can have limited resources or limited time, but when you work as a team, you are able to build up together. And that is what I've learned myself. So this is actually something I'm doing. I have teams. Even today, I was just constituting another team for a grant proposal, and I've learned that when you work with teams, it becomes easier, and the burden is lighter, and we are able to view things from different perspectives. So that's what I would say has been my experience to date. Thank you.
Wow, you must work as a team. So those of us who want to work alone, you are struggling with a problem, you need to start speaking, to people, and you form a team. One of my panelists also has a question here, Dr. Bundi. Kindly take it over.
Thank you, Prof. I am one of the persons who have been moved by your presentation. When I saw your title, and I thought initially you're going to present on electrical, I was wondering, will I be understanding what exactly you're presenting about? Because I'm from computer science. But I am so happy the way you brought out the issue of multidisciplinary, and specifically how as researchers we can be able to collaborate and come up with innovations that would of course be of better future, or when we are changing our future. Now, one of the things I heard you present is on AI and the ethics, and I think one of the hardest parts that we are having with current researchers, and even because now we are dealing with a forum of postgraduate, is how they become ethical when they are using AI. So I don't know, what is your take? What would you tell our postgraduates, who are the most, or the majority of the people who are listening to you? How would they balance that they are not moved in terms of copying everything from AI, and they can also bring in their own perspective? What are some of the things maybe you would encourage them to do so that they are also not fully dependent on artificial intelligence usage? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. That is a harder one. But I believe it's one thing that we are also looking into in Moranga University. We even had a training last week on AI and its usage. And that is one thing that came out. And what we learned is that, for one, we need a policy that is well clear on how we use AI within the university. That was one aspect. Number two, we learned that we cannot limit the students. So what we learned is that we need to empower them and strengthen them to understand both the strength and the weaknesses of AI. So AI may help us look for research papers. It may help us come up with some fragment ideas of where we are going, but human intelligence is very key in research, and that is what will bring out the difference. And by us being empowered as dons, we were able to notice there's actually a difference. It reaches a point
even if it just moves from the CBD to State House, he was going to be happy. So there was that project of Nyayoka, and several people were in that. But unfortunately, after some people left, it just died off. When I graduated, by the way, I came from Kenyatta University before I came to Meru. When I graduated with my master's, one of the projects which we were tasked to do was to produce a Kenya-made tractor. And when we sat down, we were a group of about 6 people. I was from the agricultural engineering, there was a colleague from mechanical and a colleague from electrical. So we sat down and said, this is very urgent, why don't we just do something which can go to the farm that will still be a tractor. And your work, this is very good work you are doing. I was impressed by your vehicle, which I saw, and you said, I don't know whether you managed to drive it up to Thika. I don't know. So what I would say is that you keep that momentum. As you are saying, you have to include other people from other areas. That would be okay, but the pressures that can come and tell you this is enough, somebody can even take it from you and tell you that now this is a country project and so on, and somebody can mislead you and you go off the way. But I'm sure with that momentum you have, I think it should be okay. I'm also happy that you have even included the agriculture and several IT areas. That is good. So I would just suggest that you keep your momentum and keep on going. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That is your question is recommendation. Prof, you've heard?
Yes, I've heard. Thanks a lot.
Are you using your money in all these projects or this funding, and how does someone get this much funding to do this kind of work? I'm sure there are people interested, but they are wondering, are they going to use their money to start this kind of stuff? As you close for us.
Let me say I've not used my money alone. There are places where was funded by Kenya Power. They supported the process. This precision agriculture was funded by KNET, which apparently has a call right now ongoing, which will be closing next month. So it's possible to apply for it. It's online, so just look for KNET 2026 grant call, and it's specifically in the area of AI, engineering, and various aspects of engineering, whether it's agriculture or medical. So yes, there have been funds from the university, funds from industry, and funds from grants. Thank you.
Okay, so let's give him another round of applause. Thank you, Prof, for your time. If you have time, you can continue listening in, but if you leave, we would appreciate and happy to have you as our guest speaker. I'm sure we have learned a lot. We shall be contacting you if we need something and mentorship on how to go about these things. Thank you all, and thank you, Prof, for your presentation. You may
thanks a lot.
exit.
And, thank you for having me and the time to share together.
Thank you. Okay, so as he exits the screen, let's have the next presenter. So I see time is lunch time, but allow this one presenter who's been online to finish. Then we can make a decision whether to go for lunch or to continue with it. So there is also questions. So Evans, please, if you can hear us, you can now come on, Evans, and you have 10 minutes at most.
Thank you. Is my screen visible? Hello? Is my screen visible?
Yes.
Hello. My research of topic is on seasonal variation of physicochemical characteristics of fecal sludge from on-site sanitation systems in Kisumu City, Kenya. We're doing this work myself, Joy Ryugu, and Dr. Lucas Mogaka. In terms of the introduction, we have, according to WHO and UNICEF 2021, world population that relies on-site sanitation is 43%. And then in terms of, we have 67% of fecal sludge improperly managed in Kisumu City, Kenya. That is according to Kibuka and R 2024. We have 60% of Kisumu residents dwell in informal settlement. That is according to KNBS 2019 statistics. And out of this, 40% of Kisumu residents have access to sewer connection. That is only 40% is connected to sewer, meaning 60% is not connected to the sewer line. In terms of the study area, the population of Kisumu during the day is 610,000, which also keeps improving. It will give an annual rainfall ranging between 1,100 to 1,400 millimeters. There is in terms of rainfall, and then the temperature in the city ranges between 18 to 30 degrees Celsius. The poverty index is 48%, that is according to KNBS. 75% households are temporary, meaning they do not have the permanent structures, meaning only the permanent structures in the city is 15%. Our study research, the research design, we employ the cross-sectional design. That is according, we have two seasons, that is the rain season and the dry season. The rain season being from October to the beginning of December. The dry season running from January to March. We employed certified sampling in terms of mapping the flood from areas versus that is the low risk area, that is the island.
Evan, sorry for interruption. You can put on slide mode, please.
Okay, thank you.
Slideshow, so that it can at least be visible.
Okay.
Switch to slide.
We also, in terms of the containment types, we were looking into 4 different types of containment. That is the line, the partially lined, the unlined, and the septic tanks. And then in terms of the composite graph sampling, you are using the graph sample at the interval of 3 meter depth from the containment types. And then the sample we are storing in cold cool box and transporting to Kiwasko lab for analysis. We were doing the APHA, AWH, WWA standard methods of analysis. In terms of the site and structural characteristics of the sample units, we have those ones which were made of concrete carrying the larger percentage, that is 44.59%. The brick masonry being 32.4%. We have the stone being 14.8%. And with 80.5% emptied within the last 1 year, meaning that the containment types get filled up easily within the area, within less than 1 year. Flooding and overflow drove 12% of emptying events, directly linking seasonal rainfall to the sludging demand in Kisumu. In terms of the visual inspection of the sludge across the seasons, sludge color differed significantly. That is a p-value of less than 0.01% across the season. That is dark brown dominated in dry season, while the black and gray dominated in rainy season, indicating intense anaerobic activity. Visible trash increased rapidly from 28.3% to 55.5% in rainy season with p-value of 0.039. Stormwater runoff carrying solid equivalent into the containment units. Overflow also rose significantly 41.7% with p-value of 0.03, reporting direct environmental contamination of surrounding areas.
4 minutes.
In terms of the physicochemical properties per season, we have POD, COD, suspended solid electrical conductivity, DDS, and phosphates. Most of these parameters were high during dry season as opposed to rainy season due to, in rainy season there is a lot of dilution. Therefore, these parameters went down. In terms of sludge characteristics per containment type, the line pits had their highest in terms of these parameters because in line pits the environment is controlled because there is lining on both the ends and the bottom, so that the parameters are more regulated, unlike in the partially lined where we have incidences of infiltration. In the septic, we have the containment types are connected to the household, therefore there is infiltration also from the water from the household, which dilutes the properties of the fecal sludge. In terms of that is in terms of the fecal, in terms of the containment type that we have. So in conclusion, the study confirmed that fecal sludge characteristics in Kisumu are significantly shared by both the seasonal dynamics and the containment type. Dry season sludge is more concentrated in higher COD, BOD5, electrical conductivity, TDS, and suspended solid, making it harder to extract and treat. So in terms of the extraction of the fecal sludge, it's difficult in dry season because the sludge is dense and thick, unlike in the wet season or the rainy season where sludge has been diluted. Partially lined pit produce most challenging sludge profile due to high nutrients load, partially elevated solid concentration. Septic tanks offer the most stable sludge conditions, benefiting from better design and partial liquids solid separation. in terms of seasonal sensitive fecal sludge, that is most of the recommendations that we are giving, is that we adopt seasonal specific emptying schedules and technologies based on the sludge characteristics for each period of the year, so that we know which equipment are we using to dislodge during the rainy season and which one are we using to dislodge during the dry season, because these equipments varies in terms of the functionality. And then we're also suggesting that we prioritize replacing the unlined partial pits with sealed containments to reduce contamination risk in Kisumu City. And sort of the institutionalized monitoring, establish regular sludge characteristics to plan in Kisumu. In terms of the policy, we develop policy, incentives and subsidies for low-income households to upgrade containment system across informal settlement. Those are my references. Thank you.
A lot of applause for Evans. Thank you very much, Evans, for the nice and insightful presentation. I'm now requesting that you stay online so that you can be able questions for you and the other presenters. Yes, like we agreed in the morning, we want to have 5 presentations, and then we have the presenters here, and then they can be able to take their questions. So kindly let us have Irene, Dorothy, then Joel, and Mango. And then we have Evans online for our next session. This will be very brief, less than 10 minutes, and then you can decide if you're going for lunch or we listen to the other 2 presenters who are to come before lunch. And kindly participants, let's now bring out the questions to our morning presenters. We have the presenters here. Let us see hands up. Okay, we have the question up there.
Technologists at Mary University, Civil Engineering. Okay, I have 2 questions for 2 people. The one from, I guess, Nakuru, who was talking about the sanitation levy. Okay, for me, the sanitation, for my own opinion, I think it was sort of a political move. And my question was about, will this levy affect the low-income areas and also the high-end areas? Will the levy, come across, are they going to be the same? Another question is that, the county government, the Nakuru County government you are the one proposing, actually the county government have poor revenue collection in terms of land rents and in terms of also parking fees. Currently, hata ukiona Kirinyaga, unaona waki-advertise, kindly people pay the land rates at this time to avoid the consequences. So, in terms of the sanitation levy you're talking about, how is it different from the other levy, the collection levy? We are talking about the land rates and so forth. Okay, I have a question from the person on Honey River. Who is it? Okay, why Honey River? That's my really genuine question I'm asking. Why Honey River? Because this board known as the NEMA, we are talking about, and NEMA do have standards. So, is it that NEMA failed to reach their standards in meeting in Honey River, or why Honey River? And according to your presentation, you never mentioned about the source, the pollutants. Like I was expecting sort of a municipal pollutant or sort of industry, but I never saw where your pollutant came from. You are mentioning some sort of the points, I don't know, but the discharge points, I've never seen them. Okay, those are my questions.
Thank you very much for those questions. directed to Dorothy on sanitation levy, and Mengo, the honey liver. Kindly respond to these questions.
Thank you for the question. Okay. It's a source of drinking water for the people residing in Moiga River in Nyeri County. That is one of the big 4 rivers that come and join Sagana. Of course, you have some other tributaries in either rivers that are joining Horn River. So Horn River is depended on by people who require domestic water, water for animals. So it is very important from our SDG number 6, equitable access to safe water and sanitation services to all. So that was one of the river. Of course, I could have done others, but that's why I went to Horn River. And Moiga is one of the boundary towns. After the boundary, you have Moiga, then there are other towns. So if you can take care of the pollution, you can see from Moiga town, there's a settlement along the river, and maybe they don't know they are contaminating the river. So that was my issue with that river contamination. So the pollutants, why I did, okay, my point was at the middle, you have that settlement, which indicates, there's an indication that the on-site sanitation facilities they are using might be polluting the river because they are near the river. But downstream, you have agricultural activities. And upstream, where there's the boundary, that's why I did 3-point sources. The upstream, to see whether there's any pollution other than the wastewater pollution. Then at the middle, that is the waste pollution, and downstream, from my laboratory test, I can be able to detect whether there is the permissible limits from NEMA and WHO have been contradicted.
Thank you very much, Mengo, for the response. I kindly also request that to be brief and precise so that we can allow other participants to ask questions. So kindly be precise for the interest of time.
So good afternoon. Thanks for the question. The levy, the sanitation levy in Nakuru, the proposed sanitation levy is at 5% pro poor, meaning that it will cut across. It is meant to address the on-site sanitation issue. Remember that we have the sewer, the customers who are connected to the sewer line, and then we have the customers who are not connected to the sewer line. You find that in Nakuru, the customers who are connected to sewer line, they are of the middle class, the middle class, leaving out the low-income areas, which are mostly the slums or the congested areas without poor sanitation coverage. So the 5% will be paid by those who are connected to the sewer and those who are not connected. Currently, those who are connected to the sewer, those who have the sewer connection are paying 75% of their water bill. So over that, they will be paying 5% to help the low-income areas. So those who are not connected will be paying 5%. Those who are connected to the sewer, over the 75% they are paying, they will be paying 5% to support. It's like a cross-subsidization to support the low-income areas of Nakuru. Yeah. So the levy is set at 5% pro poor.
Thank you very much for that response. And I also kindly request that after this you can be able to interact with the presenters and get to learn more about the work that they are doing. So I kindly request for any other question for the participants.
County government have poor revenue collection. Why would your sanitation labor differ? Will be different from the one which we're talking about, the land rates and the poor parking fees. So how will your sanitation labor, be different from the land rates and the parking fees? That was my second question.
Yes, so kindly. Can be able to answer that after this session, so that you can better explain about the sanitation levy, which is a very new and unique direction that the Kenyan government is going. Improved coverage when it comes to non-sewer sanitation, which has always been left out in matters of sanitation coverage. Yes, so I think I saw Esther. Esther, you had a question? Kindly also be brief and precise. Then we get from We're still waiting for us here.
Okay, so I'm Esther, a student here in Mary University pursuing sanitation and waste management. My question goes to Joe about the JP Smart Real Estate. I'm very glad that you have had solved problems in the field of agriculture, that is irrigation and poultry farming and fish farming, and also some in sanitation, the automated dustbin. But I feel like you have not explored much in sanitation, because we have other things we do in sanitation that we often do manually. That is in maybe toilet sanitation technologies, that is the flushable toilets and the hand washing facilities. So I was kindly asking whether you have a plan to integrate your project so that it can solve the issues in sanitation. Maybe have an automated flushable toilet and also a hand washing facility. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. Over to you, John.
Yeah, thank you so much, Esther, for that question. I think I failed to update it in my slides. It is there, only that it was missing in my slides. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Esther, kindly speak to John. After this, she can be able to tell you more about it. Thank you. A question to Irene? Any other question directed to Irene, please? Okay, thank you. We have Dr. Zach.
And I thought, as I was listening to your presentation, that should have been the issues that your research should resolve. You made a recommendation, two of them. I think the second one seemed to be should be the heart of your work in terms of the solutions that your work is going to provide, especially for people in Baringo. Baringo, larger part of Baringo is very dry, and you talked about 30-year data, collecting that data, but then somewhere in your recommendation, you made a recommendation which I think if you sit back and look at it, you'll actually be wanting to see how can your work make a contribution to that, rather than recommending for other people to do what you think your work should be able to do.
Thank you. Irene, over to you.
Actually, when I started doing the research, it was about doing the drought forecasting using the available data. You see the way you go to collect data and you are so sure that you'll get all the data. So on arrival at the data collection center, that is when I found out that on curating the data quality and the gaps and what was missing. That is when, first of all, I had to go back now to the HMS model. And after that, I knew that the rainfall data was not available or was very little. So at first I know that I would use the CHAPS data, the one that has been tested severally and has been used here in Kenya and elsewhere around from many studies. So as I was working on what I was working on, that is when I realized that I need to integrate it. But since it was outside the scope of my objectives and my work, I continued with what I was doing, and that is the recommendation. And I agree with you, it will be best if myself can go on with it. So I'll just proceed with it. But first of all, I produced this that is bound by the study that I was working on currently. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Irene. Very nice response to that question. I remember we have Evan still online. Any question from the floor? Because land characteristics, any question from the floor?
Thank you, Dr. Joy. I have a question for Evans and a question for Marie. I think that's the word. So for Evans, my question is, well, I understand your study, but I was wondering, did you look at the soil characteristics within Kisumu, or after you demarcated the area that you are working in, is the area just covered by one type of soil? Because when we are talking about the infiltration, about the inflows, you find that also the type of the soil affects that process. Then to Marigi, I have a comment. Number one, when we are talking about the research objectives, these are the activities you are going to do. So they must start with 2 because it's an activity. Then, and they should be numbered. Then on that, I wanted to know, when you are talking about the pollution, is it a point source or is it spread over a given area? Then, when you are getting those characteristics within the water in that river, did you do the comparison in seasons? For example, you do during the rain season and also the dry season. Then against which standards did you compare your results with? Thank you.
Thank you very much. We first get the response from Evans. Evans, I hope you had the question from our rapporteur. Rosemary is acting as our rapporteur of this session. So Evans, kindly respond to that question.
Yeah, thank you. Now to respond to the question is that mostly we analyze in terms of the flood from areas and those which are low risk areas in terms of flooding. Now, type or in terms of the material which can be used in constructing the pits or the containment structures. So yes, we were looking both in terms of the altitude to say, or if an area is a low risk area or flood prone area, and analyzing those characteristics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Evans, for the response. I believe Rosemary will be following you after this because I know she's really interested in that particular space. And now I request Mengo to respond. Please be brief and thank you.
For the standards, I was using the WHO standards. I did for dry season, and wet season, The dry season was in January this year, then in March, where we had a lot of rains. Then on numbering, okay, for the PowerPoint, for the document I have done as the APA standards, numbering no months. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mengo. And I request that we give our presenters a lot of applause. Thank you very much. We've had those presentations were quite insightful and really speaking to what we are, the challenges that we are experiencing today. And if you followed the speaker who was speaking, in one way or the other, we require some interdisciplinary issues if we have to delve deep into those particular challenges so that we can be able to get up with nice solutions that speak to them. If Mengo is by training you're in sanitation, you have matters of public health, he has matters of engineering. It is completely something that is interdisciplinary. So you hear that the presentations are really speaking to what we had from the morning. And ask you to improve. I know you'll still be preparing to defend your work. Kindly, I hope you've taken the comments, the questions. Ensure that you will incorporate the feedback to make your presentations better. Yeah, and even as you now get to enroll maybe for your PhD programs later. So at this point, I'm requesting that we've been informed that lunch is ready. We had 4 presentations to go. Yeah, it's later in the next 15 minutes. So for the interest of time, because we have quite a lot to do in the afternoon, I can call upon the next presenter, and if possible the next, so that we really are able to offload some of the afternoon presentations. And now we are at Jeremy. Jeremy, who is giving us a presentation on a review of the authentication attacks on Wi-Fi access points. Yeah. Thank you very much, Jeremy. Are you around? Okay, thank you. Have you already shared your presentation? No, please. Let's get to the next one so that you can share with the presenter, so that at least we can have 2 before lunch. Kindly share to, you get the presentation so that you can be able to load it. Yeah, so we have, where is Nabib? Yeah, so we have Nabibia here, a hybrid-based text analysis model for detecting depressive language patterns among university students using Sheng Swahili social media posts. Thank you very much. That seems to be a very interesting presentation. Now, maybe you have the usual 10 minutes. Kindly ensure that you keep time. Tap twice means you have 5 minutes remaining. Okay. And then after that, you're going to give Lucy Aboda. Lucy Aboda, kindly ensure that we have your presentation, so that you can be able to do this before lunch. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Simiyu Peter Nabibia. I'm a Master of Science in Data Science student. I'm going to present my proposal titled the Hybrid-Based Text Analysis Model for Detecting Depressive Language Patterns Among University Students Using Social Media Data. Specifically, I'm going to use X data, formerly known as Twitter. My supervisors are Dr. Amos Chege Kirongo and Dr. Mary Modulo. So going to my presentation outline, that is the outline of my presentation. I began with the title. I'm going to the background of study, then later on to the subsequent slides. So to the background of study, globally, regionally, and also locally, university students experience a high prevalence of depression. And globally, the prevalence of depression among university students is at 35%. That is according to Paiva et al. And regionally, we also have severe depression among university students. That is according to Mugotitsa et al. And also locally, in Kenyan context, our university students experience a high prevalence of depression, according to a case study that was conducted in Technical University of Mombasa. So, since these university students are experiencing a high prevalence of depression, they often tend to express their emotions and these depressive patterns in social media. And the digital landscape has become a platform where these students freely express themselves. And these social media platforms, specifically Twitter, has become a platform that has enabled researchers to mine this data in developing models. So data has been mined from Twitter to develop models in other countries. And these models have been developed specifically for English text. So English text have been mined and have been used to create these models for detecting depressive patterns. Also, we have other models which have been developed in detecting depressive patterns in low-resource languages. When you talk about low-resource languages, I refer to those languages besides the main languages, that is Bengali data. So we have a researcher who researched on Bengali social media data, and they mined data for Bengali, and they created a model, a transformer model, for detecting depressive patterns using Twitter. Coming to our local context, we have no model that is used to detect depressive patterns using Swahili and Sheng, and we realize that Swahili and Sheng is the most used language among Kenyan university students and also neighboring countries. So this is a gap that I'm trying to solve using my model. I'm going to create a hybrid-based text analysis model that is going to use Sheng and Swahili, that is going to curb the gap that we have. So those are the statistics, the global, regional, and local. So to my problem statement, we have different text analysis techniques. So in NLP, we have different text analysis techniques. We have the sentiment analysis, we have the emotion analysis, and we have the linguistic feature analysis. So the sentiment analysis, yes, it helps to detect the polarity in text. So it detects the polarity in text, that is, either we have positive, depression, negative, or neutral. So it has been applied in isolation in previous models. Then we have the emotion analysis, which mines for emotion where embeddings, e.g. sadness, happiness in this text. Also it has been applied in isolation, which is not effective. Then we have linguistic feature analysis, which identify for psycholistic markers, that is the first person pronouns, e.g. I, when a person texts in social media, I, we. So all these three text analysis techniques have been applied in isolation, which makes the prior models not to be effective. So in this study, we are going to combine emotion-aware embeddings and also linguistic markers to make a hybrid text analysis model, which is going to be effective, unlike the previous models. Then to my research objectives, my general objective is to My second objective is to construct a language-specific Sheng and Swahili corpus, which is not there. So it is ongoing since I received my ethical clearance recently. Then number 3 is to design a hybrid text analysis model for detecting these depressive patterns. Then my fourth objective is to evaluate the performance of the developed hybrid-based text analysis model with the previous models. Then the significance of this study contributes to knowledge by developing a fast Swahili and Sheng depression corpus, which is not there. And also it contributes to the NLP in the low resource languages. Contribution to practice, it will act as a screening tool in university council, guiding and counselors. Contribution to policy, it demonstrates the ethical AI practices to inform digital and mental health strategies. Literature review summary. From the reviewed literature, I realized that we don't have a Swahili and Sheng depression corpus. We don't have a hybrid model that combines we are going to have text preprocessing, that is cleaning and normalization, tokenization using subword tokenizers, feature representation, that is mining the emotion-aware embeddings from Afribata, and also linguistic markers. Then all this is going to form the depression corpus. Then to my research methodology, in research methodology, we are going to mine the if they are depressive, non-depressive, or neutral. Then feature extraction, we are going to use a pre-trained Afribata. Afribata is a model that has been pre-trained in 11 African languages, and also Swahili is there. Then linguistic features, they are going to be combined to form a hybrid model. We are going to have model training, that is at the last, then we are going to validate it using the 5-fold cross-validation. Then that is my budget. My budget sums up to 82,000. Then my work plan begins from when I received my ethical clearance, that is last week on 19th. It spans up to January 27th. So my data collection is ongoing, then the others are planned. Then expected outcomes. So what do we expect from this study? So we are expecting an annotated corpus of Sheng and Swahili, a hybrid model, a model that combines emotion-aware embeddings and linguistic feature markers. Then we are also going to contribute to NLP research for mental health. Then finally, we are going to publish it for my master's completion. So those are the references that have been used in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for the presentation. You can have a seat, and then we have the next presenter, who was Lucy. Lucy's presentation is Educator Perspectives on Adaptive Intelligent Agents for Dyslexic Learners, a qualitative study. Lucy, you have 10 minutes. 2 taps means 5 minutes remaining. Thank you.
afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Lucy Abwada, and thank you so much to the panelists. I'm a PhD student at Kabarak University. And these are my co-authors, Dr. Andrew Kipkebut from Kabarak University and Dr. Moses Thiga from Egerton University. My title is Educator Perspective on an Adaptive Intelligent Agent for Dyslexic Learners, a Qualitative Study. Basically, what I'm going to present today is just one of my specific objectives. I'll quickly run to dyslexia. What is dyslexia? Dyslexia, in a nutshell, is just a learning disability where the learner struggles with reading, comprehension, spelling, as well as memory retention. And globally around the world, we have seen, we have people who suffer from dyslexic to the population of 5 to 10%. But as we zero in Kenya today, according to Pamela Aoko in 2021, the number of learners, especially children, with dyslexia is 8 to 10%. And so we are having a challenge with these dyslexic learners, and of course we know in Kenya we have many special educators that are trained to handle learning disabilities. So what is the challenge? Okay, and we know learning disabilities does not only affect a different background, meaning the rich, it also affects the normal people with normal background. I don't want to call them the poor. And we know, just like the other day, dyslexic is marked on 10th October of every year, so it's recognized by the government of Kenya. And so teachers are having a challenge because even if they are put in a normal classroom, they always have to be an extra teacher with a dyslexic learner. And if they are put in a private sector, the government has not yet established a public unit for dyslexic learners. It becomes a challenge. One, learners learn differently, and that is especially the dyslexic learners. Okay, one will always be ahead of the other. It becomes very difficult for the teachers to be able to handle them. Another thing, because of the time and the curriculum that the teachers have to cover, it makes it almost impossible. And so I thought, why don't we use adaptive intelligent agents to help these learners as opposed to employing as many teachers as possible? All of you know, for those who are in IT and computing information, that this intelligent agent, one of the things is they're able to perceive the environment, they're autonomous, they make decisions as they learn along. But because these ones are also adaptive, it means they're going to adapt to every dyslexic learner. So one of my specific objectives was to design an adaptive intelligent agent model for memory retention among dyslexic learners using multimodal machine learning. So this is my literature review. Allow me to rush to research methodology. So the adaptive intelligent agent was placed in various 4 schools, and we are able to have 132 dyslexic learners within and they're all using the 844 system. And then out of them, we are able to have, each school had 2 special educators per school, per class. Actually, our target was class 2 students, grade 2, nowadays we call them grade 2. My target was grade 2 students, and the subject being taught was English for various reasons. We noticed that dyslexic learners, of course, their main problem is English. Why? Because of comprehension, spelling, reading, and of course, memory retention cut across in every subject. Okay, so for us to get the feel of this adaptive intelligent agent, we had to conduct a qualitative exploratory design. Simply, I came up with semi-structures interviews that were placed on the educators, and from there, I was able to analyze them using thematic by Braun and Clark. Please bear with my table. I noticed Mary University green is a powerful color, so I've also used it here. From the results and the findings, the kind of questions are basically asking the teachers, what is your feel? Are the students able to adjust to adaptive intelligent agents? Now that they were used to educators next to their side, are they able to adapt to the adaptive intelligent agent? Number 2, what was the perception of technology? You and me know that in this season that we are in, especially the CBC, the laptops, the notepads are really encouraged, and we thought it would be a very good thing if we could just install or we just give them adaptive intelligent agent. And these were the direct quotations or illustrative quotes from the educators regarding the perception of the technologies. They said it was very useful, particularly to deliver lessons on time and fit the pace of the learners. Remember, our agents are adaptive, so they adapt to the student according to their learning pace. Of course, we had to put adaptive features there. What were the teachers feel about the adaptive features? They were saying the agent adjusted very well to the learner's need, especially those who are slow. And sometimes, because they have a learning disability, they become very demotivated. And most of the question was also integration with teaching. Now that teachers are there, and we've not really removed the teachers from teaching, but we allow adaptive intelligent agent to complement teaching. What was their feel when we have put adaptive intelligent agents? They said it complemented and enhanced teaching, making the teachers have a free time to concentrate on psychological issues. What were the practical considerations? Of course, our adaptive intelligent agent was not Africanized, so the challenge becomes the audio accent when the students were learning. Of course, you know, when you're learning, when dyslexic learners are learning, there'll have to be the audio part. They have to listen, because after listening, then they have to read and spell, and because then they learn by repetition, so they have to listen to the audio over and over again. So the accent became a bit of a challenge. But in terms of evaluation of effectiveness, what were the teachers thinking? One of the things the teacher says is the learners became very motivated. They became confident in learning. And remember, I said, one of the problems with these learners is memory retention. So they retained information better when taught by the adaptive intelligent agent. We also asked, what about the timely lesson delivery? The agent adapted instructions according to learners' readiness and attention span. One of the expected outcomes were the learners experienced success through adaptive reinforcement. And of course, these intelligent agents, the adaptive intelligent agents, were also using the multimodal support, that is the text, the images, the videos. They say the multimodal targeted the learners according to the age group. When it comes to dyslexia, they're not placed in class according to age, but according to how you're able to read at a particular time. So under my discussion, I realized, or this is what I found out, that these adaptive intelligent agents, they provide substantial advantages for dyslexic learners by personalizing instructions. In other words, each and every student is able to be given feedback according to how they're learning. Another one is context reinforcement, meaning they're able to be reinforced using retrieval practice and integrating multimodal strategies. Of course, from the teachers we asked, are you people trained to use artificial intelligent agents? They said yes, it is interesting and they require more training. But from the students, they also said that this adaptive intelligent agent made the students very motivated and confident. You know, one of the problems with dyslexic learners, in a nutshell, I would say, imagine a student you once had in school where they'll read and they'll never pass. They'll always get this thing wrong. Tomorrow they have forgotten. That is, in a nutshell, a dyslexic learner. But it's given them motivation to do their work. And of course, at the end of the day, is to achieve the what? The academic performance or the academic desire. Okay, but one of the things is, this
I have questions for both of the presenters. One, to you about your adaptive learning system. And I'm just wondering, you need to think about the limitations. The limitations, for example, with the automated systems we are working with. The automated systems that we are working with is one, the use of formulas, and we know what formulas and templates do. They first create routines out of what you do, and then they restrict your diversity, and then they put you in a filter bubble, yeah. And then the next thing that happens is that it creates bias. So you have a learner whom you would like to have diverse experiences, like when face-to-face learning is happening, whoever is training this person normally will introduce different circumstances that create diversity. So in your system, you need to think about the limitations that formulas produce, because it's a system that adapts to your routine, and in the process it will produce a bubble around you, and then it will create biases, so that if there were experiences you would like to be exposed to in your learning, those will not happen. Can I ask for even the other presenter, the first one? Oh, okay. That's okay.
Oh, thank you, Daktari. Thank you so much. Of course, we know one of the challenges of AI is bias. We know that, but remember when I presented, I said you're not going to eliminate the teachers completely. What these artificial intelligence agents are going to do, they're going to complement the teachers. As opposed to maybe employing 40 teachers for 40 students, we can have maybe like 2 teachers in a class to accommodate 40 students.
Thank you very much, Lucy. That was quite a brief but precise. I know that's Dr. Zach's interest. That is his area. I know he'll be reaching out to you so that you can be able to interact more. So at this point, I really appreciate you for your patience. It's already lunchtime. So for the chairs and the rapporteurs, lunch is served where we took our breakfast. And then for all the presenters of the day, all the presenters, kindly head to the cafeteria. That is where your lunch is served. We'll be here exactly at 2:45. So kindly, if your presenter scheduled in the afternoon, ensure that you are here so that we can be able to start off with you. We have quite a number aligned for the afternoon. Thank you very much. We meet after lunch. Thank you. kindly share your slides too. Let's have the email for sharing the slides. That is the email. Susan, kindly share your slides, your presentation to that. Objectives, a breakout methodology, and what is very important are the findings from your study. Don't overemphasize on the introduction and the literature review.
Thank you very much. My name is Jeremy. We co-out this document with Dr. Dorothy Boone and Dr. Kidinji. Now, my topic is a review on the authentication attacks on access. And I start with what is the authentication attack. And the authentication attack is a kind of denial of service targeting IE 802.11 Wi-Fi network protocol. It exploits management frame and it forces legitimate users out of Wi-Fi network. The authentication attack, the reason as why it's quite important topic is because as you can see, most of work now is being done online. That means that there are more gadgets connected through Wi-Fi, and that narrows down to having Wi-Fi that provided through access point. And that makes the study quite important and very interesting for us. My background is cybersecurity, and that's why this topic is much of interest for me. Now, the effects of the authentication attack is a disruption of network availability. Like when I'm presenting now, if there is an attack, then it will not be possible for me to present if I'm presenting it online. If I'm attending video conferencing, it will be difficult for me to achieve that. If it's online banking, name it, anything online, streaming, that cannot be possible if there is an attack. The detection attack can open a door for other attacks, like if handshake is captured, then that will force the gadget that was initially connected to Wi-Fi out, and then it will keep on trying to authenticate, to send a request to be accepted back into the Wi-Fi. Now, the importance of detecting is for continuous service. It enhances Wi-Fi or wireless security monitoring, prevent unauthorized network disruptions. Now, how does it happen? This is how it happens. When you want to access Wi-Fi, like this one, host 2026, if you want to access that, you send authentication request. Your device sends authentication request. And then AP, the one that is connecting us, will send the authentication response. And then from response, we'll have association. Now it will accept your Wi-Fi device. And then once it has been accepted, then the exchange or transfer of data will continue. Now, the authentication comes in when you are already connected to the Wi-Fi. Threat actor will first scan the Wi-Fi, get to know the channel your device is connected to. Then from there, it will spoof MAC address, and of course the MAC address of your device. And then from there, disconnection will take place. That is what is represented on that diagram, or that figure you can see. We have tools that can help us detect. Attacker wants to render Wi-Fi unusable, the whole of it, and that can happen. Then the impact of the detection attacks. We have a denial of service, like you want to access a service through Wi-Fi, you cannot do that. Productivity and service disruptions, like when you're working, you are employed, you are paid to do that, and then if attack takes place, you cannot do anything. Then facilitation of credential theft, like somebody can disconnect you so that your device can keep on connecting, and then in the process of connecting, it is still something called handshake. Impact is increased security risk. People will shy off from using that Wi-Fi because if an attack has already been reported. Then impact on IoT and smart devices. Most of the devices used today in our homes are connected or with Wi-Fi. They are Wi-Fi enabled, and therefore they can be rendered not usable. And then financial implications, like when that happens, loss of man hours and information and all that. Then detection techniques, like what you can see there is workshop traffic monitoring. You can see the way data is flowing using these two, and then real-time ML detection. This is machine learning algorithm that can detect when the detection frames are being transmitted over Wi-Fi setup. And then countermeasures. What can we do to prevent this? We can have wireless intrusion detection systems. We can have IEEE 802 1.1W protected management frame. Network monitoring. You have somebody somewhere on the screen monitoring the way data is being transmitted, immediately detect an detection attack, then flags it out, and relevant and administrative measures are taken. Then we have YPA2 enterprise or YPA3 enterprise. This is where now, instead of using one password, like here we're using one password, instead of doing that, you personalize it such that every person who is accessing Wi-Fi is using a specific login credentials. Then the other one is user awareness. Users knowing that when you find frequent disconnections, then could it be there is an attack. Then gaps, we have centralized detection approach, generalizing to real-world Wi-Fi environment, lightweight solutions, real-time and active detection. Now these are the gaps that in this field. The existing Wi-Fi administration is centralized. And you look at this institution has so many Wi-Fis. Now if the administration is taking place in one room, then that is a centralized administration. Then generalize the new and devices come in and they start using Wi-Fi. So generalize into that. Then developing a lightweight, meaning that access point doesn't have a lot of processing capability, and therefore it requires a solution that's lightweight that can work there. Then real-time, like the one that you just seen. And then adaptive detection. Adaptive detection is if your Wi-Fi starts with 5 machines, and then
Jeremy, your time is up.
And then you add some more machines. What will happen? Will it adapt? Fine. Now, our contribution is recognition of wireless security risk, improvement of network defense, strengthening incident response skills, enhancement of wireless security knowledge, support for security testing, preparation for security certification and careers. And this information is important learned education attacks and detection because of not going to disrupt network, but understanding the threat so that you can detect, prevent, and respond to it more effectively. Knowledge of attack techniques is very important part of building stronger defenses, especially those who work in security and those that use Wi-Fi. Now, conclusion. We have legacy and misconfigured networks remain vulnerable, significantly reduce the threat, adoption is still incomplete, and the detection is still. There is quite a lot that we can talk about detection attack, but the most important thing is that it can be detected and the correct measures are taken. Like the research I'm doing on detection measures, and I've developed. Yes, my last one, please. The research I'm doing is on detection, real-time detection, and I've already developed a prototype and a working algorithm, machine learning. It has been trained to do that, and it is detecting at closer to 100%. it is working. This was a prototype from what I've done. This you see here, real-time level. This is prototype. It's not the final product I'm doing. My final product is incorporating data link layer and physical layer. It's incorporating that. Thank you.
Thank you. A clap to Jeremy. So just like in the morning, Jeremy, just kindly take a seat. We have 4 presenters, and then we can be able to take questions from them. Is Stephen, evaluation of visibility graph algorithms in transforming financial time series into network structures for technical analysis. Stephen, kindly don't spend so much time on introduction. I'm realizing introduction is eating 6 minutes of your time. Just go straight to the title and then to the objectives. A bit of methodology, we are interested in the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Terry Stephen Morungi, and my supervisors are Professor Makau Mutwe and Dorothy Bundi. My topic for the day is evaluation of visibility graphs algorithms in transforming financial time series into network structures for technical analysis. So in this case, we are looking at the 3 things. There's the visibility graphs, the issue of transforming the financial time series, and the network structures that are going to come up in this particular case. Therefore, you find that the problem here is that our traditional technical analysis have a problem. That is, examples are the moving averages, oscillators, and the band. They assume stationarity or linearity. Or they normally assume that now, for example, financial trading is a stationary or a linear kind of an approach, which is not the case, because you find that now most of the financial trading is not linear. Now, it fails to at region transitions, volatility spikes, and structural breaks. These ones are experienced. Then it also has a 5 to 6 period lag for the moving averages, and then it is scarce validated tools for the emerging markets, for example, the Nairobi Stock Exchange markets. Then the relevance in this that it is for it has what you call it is for the data driven for financial infrastructure for sub-Saharan Africa, especially the Nairobi Stock Exchange, and then it supports the SDG 8 and 17, and then it provides a reproducible framework for AI or the fintech developer. Objectives. Our main objectives were to evaluate, and my main objective was to evaluate whether visibility graphs algorithms can reliably transform financial time series into interpretable network structures for technical analysis with applications to the Nairobi Stock Exchange. And in this case, mine of the objectives were to construct a VG graph, and was also to connect, for example, to extract topological metrics or features, to compare the NVG and the HVG in this case. The NVG in this case, we are talking about the natural visibility graphs, and HVG is the horizontal visibility graphs. Now you find that now, when we have the financial data, it's normally in nodes or what we call data points. Now when we connect these data points, they form what we call edges, and in short, I'm talking about this kind of a scenario, where we have now the natural visibility. This is now what comes out, and these are the 2 algorithms we are going to use now, for example, to be able to track whether you can be able to see some of these topological features that we are going, or the hidden features in any trading that are going to tell us more about any form of data that is in progress. You find that now horizontal visibility graphs are subsets of the natural visibility graphs, whereby with the MVG, they talk about linking the edges, but now with the we see that's what you're saying, they have geometrical criteria, and the HVG, they have what we call the horizontal threshold, which means now they are more fast and sensitive, and they are not reversible. That is the HVG. Now, this is the methodology I have used for my empirical study, where I have to get raw data prices from these particular stock data sets. We have the Nairobi Stock Index, and we also have the SPY 500 for that's a more defined stock, and the BTC that is for cryptocurrencies. Now we also have the ROG returns. ROG returns now will help us, for example, to develop the data to make it more stationary so that we can be able now to develop it in what we're calling now the sliding windows, which are in different fonts. Then now we are going to construct the VG construction, and then we are going to extract the topological metrics, and these are the ones that we are seeing. They are the ones that will be very, very important. There are 5 in total. We are talking about the degree distribution, the clustering, the betweenness, and the path length, and the entropy. Entropy in this case is the issue of the complexity of the network. And then now, after the learning of our data, I ran the data for the year between 2015 and 2024, and these were the observations. You can see for NASI, that is the NASI, we had 2,500 observations, the other one had that 7. The BT, that is the cryptocurrency, and that is 650. And now the implementation, I used the sliding windows, the Python 3.0, and the network, and the number GIT, that is the just-in-time kind of approach, so that at least you can be able now to work with the HVG, which you find out it's very, very fast. Then now we're trying to work on the stationarity using the ADF and the KPSS stationarity for the ROG returns. That is to make, for example, our data stationary so that it can be analyzed. Then we have the cluster worries and the byte Ferrari, which were used now, for example, to help us in extracting these properties. And now we find that these properties now are the ones that are making us to devise or to able to explain whether now these metrics or these algorithms are suitable to analyze financial data. Now we find that the density speed, that we find that now VG mean density is 0.3, and HVG density, that is the speed in this case, is 0.18. Then the construction, VGs will run at 12.1 milliseconds, whereas the HVG is at 3.0, which means it is more faster in this particular case. Now, these are the results. Where you find that the market, there is what we call the market regime discrimination. There is what we are calling the clustering coefficient. You find that now, discriminality in this case, we are trying to find out now if are we able to explain a trend. Is it trending, is it raging, or is it volatile? Now, using this kind of approach, the clustering coefficient, which is a metric that is derived now from our 2 algorithms, you find that now it is able to tell us whether a trading is it trending, is it raging, or is it in a crisis. And you can see, and that one is summarized by these statistical significances, that we have the cluster worries and the effective sizes that explains us more about how we come about this discriminality of our data. Now, another result is the early warning of region transitions. We say that there is something we call the betweenness centrality. Betweenness centrality will tell us, for example, is a trend likely to fall or rise? We have heard about issues of bullish and bearish approaches in trading. And now you find that now, for example, between us, the traditional approaches could not tell us, for example, what is the future like for any particular trade. But when we use now, for example, our new visibility graph techniques, you find that now they can tell us 2 to 3 days now earlier, before we get to the turning point, that now this particular trend is likely to fall. And this was evident, for example, in our case when we had our COVID 2020, and there was also another one of the NASI liquidity crisis of the 2022, the COVID of 2019, and we also had another one of BTC of 2021 corrections. And this is what is, for example, demonstrated with our 3, can see our 3 orange lines, which are trying to tell us, before we got the turning point now, there was an earlier warning that now that particular trade, you see now what is moving in green is the financial trade, that now you can see we are able to identify that now 3 days to the falling or the turning point of the trend, we can be able now to advise even our CME or financial fintech companies to take the necessary measures concerning now the trend of that particular trend at that particular time. You find that now, in this case, we're saying that now the traditional methods, you find that now they have a lagging of 5 to 10 days. They will tell you that there was supposed to be a chaos or a crisis after it has already occurred. Now, we say that MVG has a lead time of 2.3 days, whereas HVG has an average lead time of 1.8 days. You find that now HVG is faster in this particular case. Application now to a Nairobi Stock Exchange, for example, you find the market efficiency. Now, you say that you will not find Nairobi Stock Exchange, for example, has not had any kind of an approach that could be able to explain now what is the future of any particular trade. But now with the use of a severity graph, you can be able to identify that with the higher mass reference thinner liquidity, you find that our Nairobi Stock Exchange has some very thin, or the East Africa, for example, trend has a very thin liquidity. And now, despite it having that thin liquidity and drawing information efficiently, the regime discrimination, for example, with the clustering, can be able to tell us now, for example, that that particular data can be analyzed. And that is the practical use of our NSC data, where we say if the clustering coefficient, for example, is greater than 0.6, that's trading, less than 0.4, it will be ranging, and where the entropy, that is the crisis in this case now, it is greater than 0.7, you find that now that one will be a crisis, and this one now will trigger, for example, our CME for surveillance, or to check that particular trading, meaning it is trading that is ending the wrong way. Now we are saying that now, because of now the speed of the HPG, that is 3 milliseconds, the real-time analytics of the model infrastructure, now it makes it very usable for the real-time and the portable cloud of the mobile infrastructure. In my conclusion, I will say that both NVG and HVG reliably encode market region and information in network topologies. NVG provides richer structural details and longer early warning lead times, whereas the HVG, that is the result of the severity graph, offers superior computational speed for real-time deployment, whereas network metrics outperform classical moving average lag in detecting transitions. Now my recommendation is that, for example, now you'll adapt NVG for 50 period window for deep daily liquidity analysis of the NSC and developed markets, whereas you're going to deploy now HVG for real-time monitoring and the resource-constrained environments, that is mobile and edge analytics. Now for my future work now, I'm working on integrating now this VG metrics or topological features into machine learning classifiers for conditional trading signals generation. That is now you find that now these topologies that we are deriving here will be used now in machine learning topologies like XBoost and random forest to ensure that we can even, for example, have a hybrid technique for our analysis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for the nice presentation. Applause for have a seat. You'll be getting your questions in a short while. So we get to our third presenter, who was Faith, a multi-channel USSD, SMS, and IVR digital health communication architecture for inclusive menstrual health literacy in marginalized communities. Faith, as usual, you have 10 minutes. Don't concentrate so much on the introduction. 2 tabs means you have 5 minutes left. Have you submitted your slides? Can we have the next and then you take the floor after? We really want to save on time, even if it's 2 minutes. Just sit here and then we have the next presenter of the day, who is Susan. Susan, the influence of sanitation financing mechanisms on sanitation outcomes in rural Meru County, Kenya. Susan, you submitted your presentation? Yes. Okay. 10 minutes, don't focus so much on the introduction. You're so much interested on the results, so don't rush on us on the results.
has been associated with causing UTIs, yeast infections and rashes, and treatment of such diseases is quite expensive for the homeless. We have some societal stereotypes about the homeless, which I know almost everyone of us has in their minds about how a homeless could be or what is wrong with a homeless. They are deemed as criminals and undeserving of favors, smelly, dirty, and unworthy of kindness. So if they encounter these issues in sanitation access, of course, we will have dangers in cities. So sanitation insecurity in Kenyan cities is needed. But in Kenya, we have a lot of homeless population, especially in Nairobi. Nairobi leads with 15,337 homeless individuals, followed by Mombasa. We also have others in Nakuru, the major cities. Starehe was where the study was done. It is a sub-county in Nairobi because it harbors the CBD and it's where the homeless were mostly found. So we used both quantitative and qualitative approaches of data collection. The study design was descriptive survey design and phenomenological because we needed to understand the lived encounters of the homeless in the cities. So the methodology involved 3 different steps. We did mapping of the homeless dwellings. We did mapping of all dwellings, and we mapped all dwellings through the 5-6 wards of the study area. So in Pangani we had 15, and the highest was in Nairobi Central, which was 30. And we presented the map. Of course, we did not present the latitude and longitudes because of ethical and all that. We also did a second methodology on walking interviews. We decided to pick this methodology because the homeless would be very comfortable working with us, telling us from the depth of their hearts what they really encounter without having to sit with them down to tell us, because so in-depth interviews was another methodology, and focus group discussion with some purposively selected individuals as shown in the chart. The sampling techniques, I think I've talked about that. Data, quantitative data was analyzed descriptively and in sub-correlation analysis to show the relationship between variables. And we also had a lot of qualitative data which was analyzed thematically and presented in narratives. Photos of sanitation options were taken from the mapped dwellings and captioned for presentation. So of course a lot of ethical procedures were taken because of the criticalness of the group. These were the results. Generally, the homeless got into the streets because they had faced reconstituted families. Because of destitution, they needed to get money. They were also getting to the streets because of tribal clashes, peer pressure. Others were dropped there. They were dropped there, maybe abducted and dropped there. And most of them had lived in the streets for quite a long. And the activities that were done included bottle and scrap metal collection, carrying luggage, begging and stealing. Characteristics of the homeless dwellings, that was a homeless, I did not unveil the face. This was one of the sample of the homeless dwellings. You can see they are sleeping in the gunias. And then others were also residing in bridges and in dirty points because they had no other option. So this was the spatial distribution of the homeless dwellings as shown. So the yellow, the green, and the blue shows where the homeless lived. These sanitation access experiences were encountered, and we categorized them into distributive injustice, procedural injustice, and recognition injustice. For distributive injustice, it's when they do not have access to adequate facilities for use. Procedural, it's all about criminalization. Can I access these without having been criminalized? Then we have recognition justice. What is the dignity of the facilities that these people are getting into? So we noted that there were issues or experiences of no access. The facilities were costly for the homeless who used to survive on either stealing or borrowing. Conditional access, you only access for sex, Poor facilities, that was distributive. They were sexually abused, especially for females, sextortion, the exchange of sex for the services. They were being chased, they were being beaten. This was a summary from what we got. And then stigma, disrespect, and stereotyping. It was observed that some dwellings did not have latrines nearby. And during the night, it was when the homeless could access a toilet. During the daytime, it is when the homeless could access a toilet. But during the night, the toilets were closed, so you can imagine the encounters that this group had. So these were just some photos of what we got from the field. They used to defecate in the open. Of course, urination on the walls. This is evidence of open defecation, what is air there. Then we have also defecation in the open, in rivers, contaminating the water sources, especially Nairobi River, and also in open drains, the fourth photo on this side. Then the toilets here show or signify a certain funny behavior in the streets. We have toilets which are charged at 10 bob, other toilets are charged at 5, and others 20, and we ask ourselves why. Because there were cartels. They need this 20 for their pocket and the other 10 is for the county government, and this was only for the homeless, not for the rest, because they had no right. Correlation findings showed a significant relationship between distributive injustice, procedural injustice, and also recognition injustice, with significant P of more than 0.009, showing that there was limited access to sanitation, which was a serious barrier in the cities. And also there was a culture of criminalization and belittling of the homeless. The conclusion was that the plight of the homeless was a systemic failure of urban governance and a manifestation of environmental injustices. So inadequate access to sanitation was not therefore a health concern, but a gendered one, given the fact that the females had to access these facilities for exchange of sex, most of them, for coping strategies. So there is need to rethink
phones. USSD is a communication technology that allows users access through short codes called on phone without needing the internet. I'll be using them so much in my presentation. Just wanted you guys to know what they are before I proceed. The technology that we used is Java, Springboard, and Africa's talking APIs. Okay, I forgot to add the background, but let me just highlight. Okay, so menstrual health is essential for women and girls because these are things that we pass through each and every month. And many marginalized communities have limited access to health information because sometimes we find that there are ladies still today who don't go to school when they are on their menses. This is because of stigmatization. This is because that they are not well knowledgeable, and also the areas that they are living in, people still see it as a big deal. Also, internet connectivity and smartphone ownership remain low in some regions because I know there are apps that always give like the flow apps which give these informations, but in marginalized areas we find that not every woman has internet access, or not each and every one of them has a smartphone, and if they have a kabambe phone, not each and every one of them know how to read or to write. There's also language and literacy barriers further which limits the access. So our problem statement are the challenge. Many women and girls in marginalized communities lack access to reliable menstrual health information. Existing digital platforms require smartphones and stable internet connectivity, especially if you want to receive information. For example, in these flow apps, you have to have a smartphone because it's an app, you have to download it. Also, these apps are only limited to English and Kiswahili, which excludes women and girls who don't understand both English and Kiswahili. Low literacy populations are further excluded by text-based only systems. There are those people who, yes, maybe they can understand, but they really don't know how to write whatever it is that they are hearing. So the result of this problem, it has led to digital exclusion, health information gaps that has widen existing inequalities, because we can see that there is a gap between the women in urban areas and those in marginalized areas. They are often forgotten. No single inclusive solution addresses technology, language, and literacy barriers simultaneously. Existing solutions and their limitations, because what we are doing, we are not doing away with whatever is already existing. We're just looking for a way to advance whatever is already existing. So there are mobile apps, wants to use the SMS, they enter the keyword start, and then from there you select your county, and then from your county you reply with your county number. You choose the language that you understand, be it English, Kiswahili, or the language from your county. You select your language, and the system delivers health information. And if there is any specific information you need, the system will already have known that your language specificity, so it will be giving you information in your comfortable language. For IVR, the user calls a specific number, and then there's a voice prompt. You state your county. Speech is processed by the system. You select your language. User speaks or presses a key. For example, press 1 if you understand English or Kiswahili, or you speak to it, you say you understand the language that you understand, and then it delivers voice health information. Both channels connect to the same backend, so consistent information is delivered regardless of the channel. For the methodology, we identify the problem, digital exclusion and health information gaps in marginalized communities. We identify functional and non-functional needs for USSD, SMS and IVR integration, system design, architect and multi-channel system with language and literacy consideration, prototype building using Java, Springboard and Africa's talking, and evaluation test against traceability, accessibility and health information accuracy. For the design science research builds artifacts that solve real-world problems through iterative design and evaluation. What makes our system unique? Because as I said before, there are other systems, but they have their own limitations. So for us, it's not doing away with the already existing systems. We are just advancing and making the women from undeserved areas comfortable, because not all of them, even though you give them a smartphone right now, not everyone will be able to use it. So we are making them comfortable wherever they are. So ours is a multi-channel architecture, USSD, SMS, plus IVR in one unified platform. No existing system integrates all three for health information delivery right now. So ours is, let's say, unique. For the IVR, specifically designed for low literacy users who cannot read, first for menstrual health platforms, there is a vernacular language support. This one goes beyond English and Kiswahili to serve users in their native languages, improving comprehension and trust. Zero internet requirement. Entire system operates on basic mobile networks, the 2G, USSD, voice calls, accessible even in rural areas. Adaptive delivery. Same backend intelligently adapts outputs, texts for SMS USSD users and audios for IVR users. Expected outcomes. We expect that if our system is blended well, we will have improved access to menstrual health information for marginalized women and girls, reduced digital exclusion through channel and language inclusivity, increased accessibility for low literacy population via voice, greater inclusion through support for vernacular languages, a scalable, replicable framework for other health education programs in similar contexts. In conclusion, the proposed multi-channel architecture demonstrates how low connectivity technologies, that is the USSD, SMS, and IVR, can be integrated to deliver inclusive health information. The system addresses technological barriers, language barriers, and literacy barriers, promoting equitable health information access for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Faith, for the presentation. A clap for Faith. Yes, so have you on stage. We have Mwangi, an adaptive concept drift detection framework for glucose monitoring in diabetic patients. 10 minutes, Mwangi. Double tap on mic means you have 5 minutes remaining.
My topic is adaptive concept drift detection framework for glucose monitoring in diabetic patients, and my supervisors are Dr. Amos Chedi and Dr. Miri Mwanduru. So glucose streams shift continuously due to diet, or physical, or a monocycles traditional machine learning model assume stable distribution, an assumption that never holds in living patients. We are saying that there is a problem when it comes to data streams or glucose streams when we are detecting the diabetes from the patients. So, and this happens due to concept drift. And the concept drift appears when the input, that is glucose, and the values change over time. So the models that are existing, that is the machine learning, cannot be able to detect the drift that appears when the data streams of those continuous glucose comes from the patient. So my objectives was to develop an adaptive framework for concept drift detection that enhances the accuracy and the responsiveness of glucose prediction models in continuous glucose monitoring systems. The first objective was to conduct a comprehensive baseline survey of the existing concept drift detection techniques applied in real-time glucose monitoring to analyze the key factors affecting the performance of concept drift detection technique. And then the third objective was to develop an adaptive concept drift detection framework capable for monitoring glucose levels. And number 4 objectives was to evaluate and develop an adaptive concept drift detection framework to access the accuracy for glucose monitoring. And the existing methods, that is adaptive windowing, drift detection method, and early drift detection method, they have their own advantages and disadvantages. When we come to adaptive windowing, we see that they were good for granular drift backed by statistical, they were good for draft gradual drift, but they were oversensitive to physiological noises, false alarms, and trigger necessary training. When it comes to DTM, they were effective for abrupt shifts, but they were limited to sensitivity to granular metabolic changes in the CTM streams. While the EDTM, they were better in incremental changes, but they were not able to eliminate the false alarms late in the DCM's variability. So the data set that was used was the Ohio type 1 diabetes.
Why don't you take your slides? Whatever is projected is not what you're talking.
So I was talking about the, sorry. So I was talking about the techniques, and I was saying that the adaptive windowing, they were good in granular drifts, but they had a disadvantage because of oversensitive to physiological noise, false alarms, and when you come to DDM, they were effective for abrupt shifts, but they had limited sensitivity to granular metabolic changes. And then EDDM, they were better sensitive to incremental changes. However, they had a misclassification and abrupt glucose transition, like noise and false alarms. Now, the data set that was used was that data set with 12 patients, 20 days, 5-minute interval, and those were the leadings. And the experimental methodology was purposive sampling of that data set, which underwent processing, and then to remove the outliers that were below 40 and above 400. Then the chronological of 70 for training and 30 for testing. A baseline of extreme boosting was used for modeling, and then we have those three, the two techniques, and then the hybrid that I was to come up with, that is adaptive concept drift technique framework evaluation, and then we have incremental model adaptation, post-drift detection, and benchmarking in those tests. So that was the frame architecture, where we had the data streams that went at pre-processing and feature engineering. They went through parallel, that is the add-in and detector, and then we have a consensus of 15 minutes using the extreme boosting. So we have the decisions. So we see that we have those techniques. When it undergoes the consensus layer, they reduce the false alarms by 60%. And then we have the de-boosting bring the training. So we are not using the data set from the beginning. And then we have the other factors. So if we look at the detection results, so we see that the performance of adaptive windowing, the true positives were 37, false positive 5, but the major area was the F1 score. And if you look at the result, is that the adaptive concept drift improved with 92%. So that is the comparison of the proposed adaptive concept drift detection method, adaptive only, DTM only, and the other techniques. And if you look at the accuracy of the proposed is 0.9
82, precision of 0.79, liquor of 0.81, and F1 score of 0.80, and RMS, which decreased from 61.2 to 38.5, and media absolute error also decreased from 41.5 to 20.6 as compared to static model. So we are saying when you look at the power efficiency, it also improved for the adaptive concept, and we are saying that 0.18 seconds was well within the 5-minute SGM sampling interval. The throughput of 512 prediction was able to support the concurrent multi-patient monitoring. 12% leaves headroom for other system processes, and 118 megabytes compatible with other modern wearable devices. So the implication for this is that we have the accuracy improving with 11.8%, and then we have the false alarms reducing with 60%, and the recovery time was 25 minutes within the safe window for most glycemic events. In conclusion, we are saying that the adaptive concept gift accuracy was higher than the other techniques, and it can be used, and also the improvement. The accuracy improved the way I've said, and then we are saying that the root media square error reduction of a static model was clinically significant for the diabetic patient. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. A round of applause. So at this stage, and we can now take questions for them. The 5 presenters of this afternoon. Jeremy Mwangi, then we have Stephen, Grace, and
you introduced in your presentation, and I was a bit curious on the question of justice. Generally they talk about the dimensions of justice, and I saw you talk about cognitional justice and procedural justice. I don't know whether these are new concepts that you're creating, or are they based on literature, because there's quite a lot that is written on the question of justice, and there are 2 authors. I'm not sure. I don't know whether you had an opportunity to have a look at them. One is Amartya Sen. Amartya Sen has 2 books. One is The Idea of Justice, and the other one is Development as Freedom, where he talks about different dimensions of justice. And then there's another one called John Rawls. John Rawls has a book called Theory of Justice. So I'm just wondering whether whether these are in line with existing concepts, or are they new concepts you are creating? And if you are creating new concepts, do you have literature that will support those concepts? And are we in a position to measure them in a way that is convincing? Thank you.
We can take the questions from the floor even before she responds. Any other question?
Right, so thank you, Chair. Thank you, presenters, for the amazing presentations. It really shows the kind of effort you put into your work. Well, of course, I have a few questions to maybe clarify a few things you highlighted. I have a question to Jeremy. You indicated to us that there are impacts that your solution already has. But from the perspective of computing, I really want to know which metrics you use to measure the impact and how they differentiate from what already exists. And the other question I have is related to the slide you showed us, the code interface. It actually didn't come out very, very clearly. I wish you would put words to those screenshots that you displayed. So I really need to hear your contribution, especially to the kind of the two screenshots that you indicated, the code interfaces. What do they mean, and what do they indicate, and what are the contributions, especially with Wi-Fi security? The other question I want to direct it to Stephen Terry. On your slide 5, there is something interesting I saw. You were comparing NVG and HVG. But I don't know if I'm the only one who saw that. Both graphs looked the same. Both graphs were identical. So, but one is horizontal, the other one is vertical, according to the naming. But the graphs are exactly the same. Was it intentional or was it a mistake? And if it was not a mistake, how would you differentiate? Because the images look the same. The last question I want to direct to Chris. I really like the findings. I think it's because there's some work we did with Dr. Joy. I could feel, you really presented it so well until I was like, you're feeling what you're seeing, and you're really pitting with those guys. Those are good findings, but I was waiting for you to tell us the interventions that you put in place. Maybe I missed out, but what are the interventions? Because yes, you showed us people are sleeping on the roads, they don't have homes, they don't have toilets to go to, the toilets are expensive, so what? So maybe you can clarify that. For Faith, good job. I know Faith is our undergraduate student. That's a good start. Keep it up. You require a lot of mentorship, of course, so that you actualize this idea. Good job.
Thank you. I have one question to Mwangi. Mwangi, you presented, and thank you for your presentation. In the I think data correction, you talked about purposive sampling, and I was wondering, how did you deal with biasness? Because you're using purposive sampling.
Thank you. Maybe before I give you now the room to respond, I can speak to Peter and Faith. Faith, I'm happy just to learn that you are an undergraduate student. That is amazing. Because what I wanted to inquire from you and Peter is the work seems to be at the proposal stage, because no results yet. You are expecting some outcomes. So I was wondering if the work has already been reviewed, or you have any supervisor or mentor who you are working with. Yeah, and then maybe I can be able to get, because you really need mentorship, especially at the proposal stage. Thank you. So we can be able to get responses from Peter, and then move like this.
you. In my case, I have my supervisors, Dr. Amos and Dr. Madulo, and my work has been reviewed by Mirek. I received my clearance on Friday. That is why I had scheduled to present the proposal. So the review came out late. That is why I presented the proposal.
Okay, keep working with them so that you can be able to improve this. Next year, we expect to see the findings. This is very interesting work. But again, always remember not to present without your supervisors here, because it's only your name which is appearing on this. Yeah, so you can get to Jeremy, brief and precise to the point.
Thank you very much. Mine was a review paper, though I touched on the research that I'm doing. And the screens were attack screen and detection screen. Attack screen was showing a sniffed Wi-Fi infrastructure, and after it had been sniffed using some tools, then the information that is not visible to the user, ordinary user, was able to be captured, and that's the MAC address, the identity of the device, and devices that were involved in the detection attack. That is one, and the other screen, actually the attacks are two. There is one that targets a specific device, and there is one that targets all the devices. Then the other one's detection. Some two tools were used, Wireshark and ML. Algorithm. Wireshark captured packets of data and could be analyzed at that. But now the ML is a better option because it reveals so many other details that Wireshark cannot reveal. And ML is real time. You don't need to be there, you don't need to do anything. It needs just to work by itself. It's a trained algorithm that is able to identify attacks and is able to identify normal traffic. Impact on measurements, like the research I'm doing, what I'm using to measure is F1 score, I'm using precision, I'm using recall, I'm using accuracy, FPR, false positive rate, and TPR, true positive rate. We also have confusion matrix and several other tools to evaluate the accuracy, the performance of ML, the tool that been able to develop. For a review paper, it's just bringing into our knowledge the existing body of knowledge about these attacks. They are not very popular to us because most of the times when you are accessing Wi-Fi and you find that it's not working well, you attribute it to your supplier. And that could be an attack from a direct vector of somebody malicious intention, somebody intending to render your network or Wi-Fi and use something to you. Back to if I hope I've answered all the questions. Just in case there is any other, I will still answer it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy, for the response. I believe that was fulfilling. We can now get to hear from Faith.
Thank you for the question. When I came up with the idea and when I noticed the difference and the gap, I approached Dr. Amos. I told him about it, but I didn't take him through the presentation. I had just mentioned it before we went for the holidays. But I guess I'm involved. Yeah, right now I'll involve him because I know that this is something that will bring a very big change to women and girls. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, so thank you, Faith. I'm so happy. I think you're the only undergraduate in this particular room. You are someone who, if mentored well and you have a very nice mentor here with you, you can go very far. That's an innovation that can bring a lot of impact to the girls and women within those particular spaces. So keep up. I'm looking forward to, if you're in fourth year, I should see this one as your either master's or that time you'll be having already an app which is ready for the market. So thank you very much and keep working. Just get to speak to Dr. Chege. He'll be able to walk this journey with you. Yes, so over to Grace. Grace, brief and precise.
Thank you. I'd like to talk about what Dr. Zachary has asked about the justice. This was based on literature, and we are particular on the type of justice known as environmental justice. So we had 3 aspects of environmental justice in terms of service provision. That is distributive, procedural, and recognition. All these lie under environmental justice. So we did not capture everything about justice, but only we needed to know about access, about the dignity, and about criminalization in terms of environmental justice. Concerning innovation, although he has gone, this is action research, and action research involves several stages, 4 of them. So this is the second stage. Technology for women to deal with issues of fear in accessing these toilets, issues of criminalization because they'll be able to, if it's maybe sanitary towels or accessing toilets, they'll be able to access them through a system which is automated. So we will be presenting these in maybe in the next conference, but for now, it's action research in its second stage. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Grace. I know Dr. Zach will get to engage with you further on those discussions. That was quite a nice presentation. Over to you, Monkey.
Thank you, Dr. The question from Dr. Fundi was why purposive sampling? And we have different types of diabetes, type 1 and type 2. So I concentrated on type 1, which has a higher preference, or it is higher lysine as compared to other types of diabetes. And why purposive? Because the data set was longitudinal, and according to it, it was taken from 12 patients, and it had 70,000 records, and therefore we were able to get the results that we needed for our techniques on how to detect the techniques using that sample. I think that is the answer for purposive sampling. So we only concentrated on type 1 diabetes. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mwangi, for the feedback. I know there will be follow-up after this. So we have now lastly Stephen. Stephen, you can respond to the question.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Chege walked us about the NVG and the HVG ranges. And as I said earlier, the HVG is a subset of the NVG. And if I could use a simple analogy, my data was like your finger your hand. Usually the NVG, it moves from the nodes. That's the edges. But the horizontal visibility just moves directly this way. That's why you find that now, horizontal, that's why it is very fast compared now to NVG. NVG has to inspect each and every node, but now the HVG, it has to move horizontally. That means now if my hand is this way, this finger should not see the third finger. That is HVG. But with NVG, it has to traverse the 3
notes in the particular architecture. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the feedback. If we had enough time, we would engage with you more, but I know after this and maybe in future, we'll be engaging with you. So we are grateful for your presentation and we really wish you well as you prepare for the defense. Ensure that you incorporate all the feedback you've got from the floor to improve on your presentations and your thesis. And again, we look forward to seeing you during the graduation in October. So thank you very much. A round of applause for the presenters. So as you sit, please don't leave. We need you in the room. We only have 4 more presenters to go. We have Susan. The order will be Susan. From Susan, we'll have Harry, then Emma, and lastly Ruth. So we only have 4. So in the next few minutes, we'll be leaving this space. Susan, just like the other presenters, and I really hope now it will work. You have 10 minutes. Don't focus so much on the introduction. Go straight to the key things that we identified earlier. And I believe Emma and Ruth and Harry, you've already shared your presentations. Thank you. Susan's presentation is the influence of sanitation financing mechanisms on sanitation outcomes in rural Meru County, Kenya. Susan, 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Susan Muteria. We are working on this research. We are working with my supervisors, Dr. Matu and Dr. Ivy, with the aim of determining the influence of financing mechanisms on sanitation outcomes in rural settlement of Meru County. Globally, sanitation access remains inadequate, affecting billions worldwide. Approximately 3.4 billion people lack safely managing sanitation services. Progress towards sustainable development goal 6.2 remain insufficient globally, and improved sanitation coverage increase, yet disparities persist across the region. Sub-Sahara being affected by low sanitation access and financial and institutional constraints hinder sanitation improvement. In Kenya, sanitation access remains rural household even being affected due to limited financing mechanisms which hinder access, and social cultural factors shape sanitation behaviors and adoption in communities. Meru County exhibiting disparities in sanitation access and sustainability outcomes, especially in rural settlement. Our problem statement is that despite investment in sanitation financing, sanitation outcomes in rural areas remain low. Many households have sanitation facilities, but their use, maintenance, and functionalities are affected by inadequate of finances. And we find that Meru County reliance on household self-financing contribute to poor quality sanitation infrastructure. With this result to limited access to subsidies, sanitation credit, further constrain the sanitation improvement. Sociocultural play a great role, especially due to beliefs and practices which influence the effectiveness of sanitation finance interventions. And this is time to now try to determine or investigate how sanitation financing mechanisms influence sanitation outcomes in rural settlement of Meru County. Our main objective is to determine the influence of sanitation financing mechanisms in sanitation outcome in rural settlement of Meru County, with our specific objective, number one, to determine the influence of household self-financing on sanitation outcomes. Second objective is to establish the influence of subsidy program. Objective number three, to determine the influence of sanitation credit access. Number four, to identify the influence of community-based financing on sanitation outcomes in Meru County. The last one is to determine the moderating effect of socio-cultural dynamics on the relationship between sanitation financing mechanisms and sanitation outcome in rural Meru County. The research hypothesis is that sanitation financing mechanisms have significant influence on sanitation outcome in rural settlement in Meru County. In this theoretical framework, we find that you are going to use socio-ecological theory, which explains the sanitation behavior, which influences many factors, considers individual, community, institution, and policy influencers. And this theory helps us to understand the environment affecting sanitation outcomes. The other theory that we are going to put in place is this theory of planned behavior, which explains how people make decisions. This focuses on attitude, social influence, and perceived ability to act. In this, it explains how sanitation financing decisions affect the outcome, and finally, the two are going to help us understand sanitation financing and the outcome in the matter. So the concession framework, we are looking at independent variables, whereby we have the household self-financing, subsidy programs, sanitation credit access, and the community savings. A moderating variable, socio-cultural dynamics, independent variable, sanitation outcome, with the attributes indicated. Our study is in Kenya, Meru County, and the research in design and the study area, we are going to adopt descriptive cross-section design using mixed method. The study will be conducted in rural settlement of Meru County, and Meru County selected due to persistent sanitation charities and disparities which affect our community, especially which resulted to increased cases of diarrhea, specifically in children under 5 years. The target population is the household or the head of household above 18 years, and the stakeholders are the people that are involved in sanitation system, and our study focuses specifically rural settlement household. Multi-stage sampling, in this case, we are going to use stratified simple random and purposive method, whereby we are determining the sample size by use of cross-match formula to get the 400 household, and the 25 key informants will participate, whereby they will be selected purposively. Data collection, you do using structured questionnaires, mainly closed-ended and open-ended question will be used. Data be collected from the household and the worst stakeholders, which are indicated, the 25 of them, and the validity will be ensured through expert review and pre-testing. The ability will be tested using a statistical method. Quantitative data will be analyzed using descriptive statistics. Qualitative data analyzed using thematic analysis. Inferential statistics will be used to examine relationship. Multiple regressions will test the influence of variables. Modulation analysis will examine social, cultural, and the influence. Statistics software will help us analyze and get the results. In this, research permit will be obtained from ethical. That is, you find that we will get the ethical permission to collect the data from Meru University research. Informed consent will be ensured from all participants, and the participation will be voluntary and confidential will be maintained throughout, and no personal identifiers will be put or will be put in the questionnaires in that case. So that is our proposal, and that is what we intend to do.
Thank you, Susan, for the presentation. A round of applause for Susan. Susan, kindly have a seat, and we wait for the end of the session so that you can take your questions. So the next presenter is Harry. Flood exposure, pit lining, and socioeconomic vulnerability, modeling climate risk and sanitation failure in Nakuru City, Kenya. Harry, 10 minutes, double tap on mic, 5 minutes remaining.
So good afternoon. So my name is Harry. I will be presenting the findings of my research. I'm a master's student. We have around 20-22%. This was also based on that report. And moving down to Kenya, in terms of the sewer coverage, we have around only 16% of the country's population. Is safely treated either through a sewage system or through on-site sanitation, that is emptying transportation up to the treatment plant. And so when you talk about Kenya, we only have 58% that is safely managed, and that means either through sewage or non-sewage options. And so that's why my study, and moving out down to Nakuru, we only have 31% that is connected to the sewer. So that means around 69% rely on on-site sanitation, and that means they are relying on on-site systems such as pits, septic tanks, and other on-site sanitation facilities. In terms of the challenge and why this research was important, is that if you look at Nakuru, the reliance is heavily on non-sewage solution. That's septic tanks and pit latrines. And flooding in Nakuru is prevalent, groundwater rise, and also drought. Significant challenges in the city. However, this has not been substantiated, and that's what my studies seek to have. And Nakuru is also a growing city, and so in terms of also investments, we were looking how we do invest into climate resilient infrastructure in terms of responding to the climate challenges. In terms of my objectives, my key objectives were, of course, investigating the influence of these risks, climate change risks on the sanitation technology options, focusing on on-site sanitation as a form of service. First objective was to look at the technologies that are actually being used. The second objective was to look at the distribution of the climate change risks affecting the different technology. And now the third one was to look at the relationship between these risks and the technology options. And the focus was also looking at the whole sanitation value chain, that is from capture, emptying, transportation, up to treatment and reuse. And so my study was really focusing on moving along the chain, just understanding the technologies and moving towards identifying the climate change risks. In terms of my conceptual framework, my dependent variables was actually the climate change risks, and now the dependent was actually now the sanitation technologies, and we have intervening variables that are actually issues like the settlement, the income levels, the structural integrity of the different sanitation systems. We have the building codes, the plans and the policy frameworks in place, and also subsidies, and also the CYS plan, that is the Citywide Inclusive Sanitation Plan, has actually been developed for Nakuru. In terms of the methodology, so I applied, so I was looking at the population, just a sample of the population. According to the 2019 census, the population stood at 570, but progressively prorated towards 2026, it stands around over 600, towards 700,000 in terms of the population, looking at a growth rate of around 4%. So my data collection was more of a convergent, parallel mixed method, so really collected quantitative data and also qualitative data, and also spatial, that is through GIS, to be able to identify where actually these hotspots and to be able to visually display that. In terms of the analysis, so for the first objective, I actually carried out descriptive statistics and cross-tabulation to really look at the technologies and the distribution across the different settlement types in Nakuru. The second objective was really to visualize where these climate change risks are happening, identifying the hotspots, but also having a visual representation of these climate change risks. Then the operates the sanitation facilities. So that's what we at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry, for the insightful presentation. We just ended when I was just about to cut the last time. So have a seat. We will be getting to interact with you at the end of this session. So we have Emma. Emma's presentation is on institutional framework and inclusive urban sanitation service delivery in Nakuru City, Kenya. Emma, you have 10 minutes as usual. A tap on the mic 2 times says you have 5 minutes left.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Emma Mwende. I'm here to present a study on the institutional framework and inclusive urban sanitation service delivery in Nakuru City. So this is derived from my postgraduate research among my 3 other objectives.
You can continue speaking. Emma, I believe you have everything.
And its influence on inclusive urban sanitation service delivery. So on the methodology, my study site was Nakuru City. So around 80 sanitation actors were targeted, and these were both state and non-state, so meaning government and non-government counterparts. While around, for the quantitative, around 53 respondents completed and 11 KIIs were conducted. On the analysis, there was use of correlation, regression, and also on thematic analysis due to the different document reviews that was done, and including the key informant interviews and also the observations that took place through the data collection particularly. Yeah, so maybe just to mention about the sanitation actors. So 80 of them were targeted, so more of a census sampling. So including the county government officials, utility staff, NGOs, private sectors in the city, because these were mostly looking at, into the financial institutions and also the representatives as well. Yeah, so sorry about this as well. So on the findings, one of the key areas that came up was on community participation, which had a mean of 4.40, which also relied that community engagements and community participation is key, especially when it comes to the implementation, when it comes to the conceptualization of activities in sanitation, and as well on sustainability outcomes of the sanitation services that are provided. Then the very key constraints that were identified in the study was mainly on political interference, weak enforcement, and weak coordination. And these aligns to studies that have been conducted, especially on weak enforcement and weak coordination, where this can lead to duplication of efforts, which as well result to service delivery gaps within the institutions and also within on how service delivery is provided to the communities. So two aspects remained critical, especially when it comes to determinants of sanitation outcomes, and this was institutional capacity, so looking at the technical teams and also the capacity, and also accountability of the individuals, especially when it comes to transparency, and also putting the individuals and also institutions on being accountable and being transparent when it comes to provision of sanitation services. Okay. Between the institutional framework and the sanitation service delivery, which confirm that sanitation outcomes in the city are shaped by governance systems, especially infrastructure investments. So this indicates that improvements in coordinations, improvements in enforcement and accountability are all associated with improved sanitation outcomes. When it comes to the regression results, there was a strong relationship, or there was a strong influence between the institutional framework and in service delivery. So supporting the two theories, that is the governance theory and the institutional theory, which emphasizes that public service delivery on coordination, accountability, and coordination among multiple partners all are determinants of effective WASH implementation, ensuring that it is inclusive urban sanitation, ensuring that no one is left behind, including the communities in the informal settlements in the city. So this is just one of the statements from some of the KIAs that were interviewed. So Nawasco, which is the water utility in the city, is the one that does most of the services. However, public health is heavily involved since they are the ones who enforce. So you can see one institution has the mandate, but the enforcement goes to another entity. So building infrastructure alone is insufficient. Hence, strong institutions are required to deliver inclusive sanitation service delivery. So operational effectiveness matters more than institutional existence alone. On conclusion, this must be conclusion, yeah. So in conclusion, inclusive urban sanitation is not only about infrastructure, not only about investments, it's also about the institutions that coordinate, engage, and remain accountable to the service. So the study demonstrates that achieving inclusive urban sanitation in the city is more than the resources, is more than the investments, but rather than having the strong coordination institutions that coordinate and also enforce standards, and also engaging the community to understand their perceptions and also the sustainability of the services. So they remain accountable at the end of the day for delivering safe, sustainable, and safely managed sanitation services in the city. Yes, so this mentioned it. So the recommendation, this is part of the recommendation. So the recommendation is mostly on strengthening the coordination, especially through the coordinations forums that are in the city. That is NACOSTEC, that is Nakuru Countywide Sanitation Technical Committee, strengthening the enforcement and accountability within the institutions, including now working together with the institutions that are mandated to provide the sanitation services in the city, as well as having accountability mechanisms. So building institutional capacity for all the teams and actors, both from private and non-private actors. Then institutionalizing community participation, as the study identified that community participation is key when it comes to the implementation, the sustainability of these sanitation systems. And lastly, when it comes to policy implication of this, is that improving sanitation outcomes requires more than infrastructure investments. It requires institutions that are coordinated and that are accountable to the service, the public service. Thank you, and I apologize for the slides.
Thank you very much, Emma. Thank you very much. We really appreciate, despite the challenge, you did not give up, you did not panic, you continued very well. So thank you very much. So you can have a seat and we wait for the last presenter, who is Ruth, to give her presentation, and we can take our questions. Ruth's presentation is a security by design approach to mitigating provenance risk in dispensed institutional repositories. 10 minutes, Ruth. Double tap on mic, 5 minutes remaining. Thank you so much.
Thank you. My name is Ruth. I'm presenting an assignment paper for a unit called Advanced Information Systems for a Year 1 PhD unit that required us to pick an existing information system within our context and analyze security risks that are in the system based on established security framework. So the framework in this case that I chose is security by design. The system that I chose is DSpace. DSpace is the software that we use to run our repository at the library. It's an international system that is open access and used to manage repositories. So I'm looking at provenance. What are the provenance risks in that system, and how can they be mitigated? So I'll start by talking about what provenance is. And provenance basically is the chain of custody of a record. So provenance is about the history of a record. So if you have a record, let's say a thesis, I'll be very intimate with thesis because they matter. So let's say it's a thesis and it's in the repository. Chain of custody means when was this record created? When was it deposited? Who deposited it? Was it ever altered? Who altered it? When was it altered? That kind of data. So provenance is data about data that is happening in the system. And this is very, very important data because it's what forms the basis of trust in an institutional repository. For instance, once you deposit your thesis in the repository, the whole world can see your thesis, and the thesis that they trust is the one that is available online in the repository, not the hard copy that the library has that someone has to come and physically has a look at. So it is very critical that that record
that we have in the repository can be trusted. So, provenance as a principle is based on an archival principle known as respect des fonds, which basically means that you order things the way they came. So we want to see that chain of custody from what happened, when it happened, neatly arranged. That's what provenance is. And I think I've mentioned that the greatest threat that we face in terms of digital records, it's not destruction. That's not the greatest. The greatest risk when it comes to digital records is the threat of undetected alteration. The online record has been altered, but it went undetected. Now, I'll illustrate it this way. This case is online, you can have a look at it. It happened sometime back in 2018. A lecturer, a student, plagiarized a thesis from a Nigerian student, lecturer. So you can read about it online. Now, this case, the Nigerian lecturer was able to see that parts of their work were largely plagiarized, and therefore they instituted they complained about it to KU, and then KU did an investigation, and that person, basically they were dethroned and their PhD was removed. Now, from a security perspective, if I was doing the same crime in 2026, I will do it differently, based on the weaknesses in provenance that underlie the DSpace architecture. Now, what I've projected there is the DSpace architecture, how DSpace works from the foreground to the background, and the areas I've highlighted in green, they point out to areas of weaknesses in provenance that are underlying, that are inherent in the system. So DSpace has 3 layers. We have the application layer, which the user interacts with, and there you can see there are 2 risks already. Then we have the business logic layer, where we have e-persons, e-groups, and the administration or the administrator. There we have again some 3 risks. The bigger circle means the biggest risk ever. And then we also have a storage layer where the records in terms of bit streams are actually stored. And there we also have some provenance risks. So if I was to architect this crime in 2026, what I would do, I would use the big circle that I've circled there and take advantage of insider threat to compromise provenance because of the inherent risks. So what I would do, I would plagiarize my thesis, pass the panel because it will be sound and all that kind of thing, and then compromise with the e-person, what I've highlighted there, to have an altered bit stream, uploaded in the repository, which would be undetected basically. So now when the systems harvest nationwide, because there are other layers that try and enforce provenance, that record will still come out as clean. In other words, I will breach the trust and provenance of the record. So this paper, I take an approach of security by design to address the areas that are violated in green. And security by design means that when you're designing a system, you don't install security as an afterthought, as an end in terms of patches. In terms of system patches, like a patch. So you introduce security right from the design. So it has 5 philosophies. Basically, it deals with adopting security early in the design, not later, with enhancing multiple layers of protection. And then number 3, which is very critical, least privilege, granting minimum access to a user. And then we have the fail secure so that the system can default to the last best status it was in. And finally, which is very critical, separation of duties. So these philosophies, by the nature of security by design, are further divided into an acronym called STRIDE. STRIDE categorizes the risks that are in a system, and I have mapped those risks to the DSpace architecture and where the risk is occurring. So we have spoofing, which is basically dealing with authentication, where someone pretends to do there and they log into the system. Tampering, which alters integrity, which means someone alters the data, the one I mentioned about as the most critical. And we have repudiation, where someone claims that they did not do it, and you have no evidence that they actually didn't do it. And then we have information disclosure, which tampers on confidentiality of the record by revealing privacy information. I'll be showcasing this in a while. And then we have denial of service, and then finally we have elevation of privilege. So that is the stride design, and I have mapped it to DSpace. Now, when it comes to DSpace, the challenge is this. With this stride framework that I have highlighted here, it covers a perimeter-based defense. It's like putting a security wire on your house so that nobody's entering, but the real threat is inside, yeah? Like you have, like, let's say you are in a house and you perimeter, but the real risk is maybe your house can. Yeah, that is an inside threat. Then it has the other second risk, which is huge, is yes, it involves the following items. The provenance data is not cryptographically protected. That is so serious. That means the data is just in text. So somebody can actually go to that field and edit it. Literally, the way you would just edit a text. That's critical. Then the second gap is that there is lack of non-repudiation. You can edit, even by editing the provenance, you can edit the data that will allow you to trace who did what. So a user can deny that they didn't do a particular action. Therefore, that means there's no tamper-evident audit trail for administrative actions. And that means that external services are generally trusted without any validation. So a user can just import a file, a metadata file, into the repository without the repository validating the data. So those are the areas. So on spoofing, SAF, that simple file format, it allows a user to just upload the data without verifying it. On the metadata, what I've mentioned is that a user can edit that metadata record, so that means we don't have an immutable record. Then on non-repudiation, the actions are not cryptographically signed. So, and even when they are signed, the data is stored as text, just plain text. That means an evil user can be able to attack the system. And then there was a weakness that was patched on 7.0. A community administrator could even elevate their rights to an administrator and therefore have more rights to do a lot in the system. So the framework that we suggest is a three-pronged framework that suggests that a cryptographic ledger be installed. This means that we use blockchain to be able to have immutable records, because with blockchain you cannot be able to delete. Even if you went and edited the text in the DSpace, a record in the blockchain would not be editable. It is immutable and it's permanent. The second one is on zero trust access controls, and here we require continuous authorization so that we can have fine-grained authorization, so that that metadata provenance record should not just be editable by anybody. And then finally, we should have automated validated checkpoints, especially when you are importing data into the system from other spaces. Okay, so that is the three pillars explained in details. And finally, we recommend also a socio-technical approach whereby policies are there. Like right now, the system administrator is also the community administrator, so they can do a lot. And there's no streamlined, fine-grained levels of access, leading to a lot of compromise. So in conclusion, provenance is the foundation of a trustworthy archive, and the way DSpace is currently, it has documented vulnerabilities, which this framework provides a protection idea on what can be done to be able to safeguard it. So that's it, and those are the citations that were used to do the paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much, platform. That was very insightful. Deep science, those spaces are not where we belong, but we really followed very well. So we appreciate that. We have come to the end of our presentations, and at this point, I Dr. Zach, and then Madam Rosemary.
Also have a general comment which I would like to make now. Our titles are quite mouthful. We, like, if you have a title that is 2 sentences, it becomes a bit of a problem. I don't know, do a practice of how to reduce them to about 5 words. Just practice, just keep writing. And this now takes me to the question, Susan. In your research, when you talk about sanitation outcomes, what are they? Yeah, because even in your title you repeat the word sanitation twice. Then I was wondering, what are these sanitation outcomes? Is it possible to just single out, and if you know them, is it possible to put them in a hierarchy of criticality? The most critical could be the ones that you focus on, because sanitation outcomes are so many, from the least to the ones that are so critical that when they are breached, society can come to a standstill. Then you just focus on them, and perhaps you could use them in your title. Then the second question is to Harry. The population you gave there, I was wondering whether it's just of one sub-county in Nakuru, or are we talking about what is the land size of the city? You know, there is the demarcation of the city. What is the land size of the city? You need to give us data on the land size of the city. When Nakuru was declared a city, how much of its land became the city land, under which then you can say, my research is focusing on the city of Nakuru, which comprises the Nakuru East, Nakuru West. I'm saying this because I did my research in Nakuru, and there are some things that I have an idea about. And then the second thing, and because I think there are about 3 or 4 people who have presented on Nakuru, is about what is so special about this city. Research can be research when there is something special about what you are researching. Otherwise, someone will ask you, but why would you not do this in Baringo? And again, I've seen when you do a case study, that case study must have something special that must trigger our interest, and it must show that there's something different happening in this place. When we talk about, for example, Harry, on your issues of flood, when you compare Nakuru with other parts of the country, has Nakuru ever had a severe flood that you really want to draw people's attention so that then people can say, yeah, this really looks good? For example, when we talk about Nairobi slums, we always begin by saying the largest slum in Africa. That's the one statistic in your research. And then finally, this is to the framework. This is Emma. When you talk about institutionalization, the Constitution of 2010 institutionalized participation. So that's no longer a question that we are trying to tell people we want to institutionalize participation. It has already been institutionalized. That's why a lot of presidential declarations, the court has thrown them out, because the Constitution requires, when you come up with these things, you involve people. So in your research, please look at your interviews. There could be some very creative, innovative ideas that people are suggesting, around which you can formulate your recommendations. Because what you have here, they almost sound like they are ordinary things that we already know. So you need something unique that would make your work draw someone's attention, say, yeah, this actually looks quite interesting when it comes to issues of participation. Thank you. Sorry for taking that long.
Thank you. So we have Rosemary.
Thank you for this chance. My first question is to Susan. Your study is in Meru County, and I understand that Meru County has several sub-counties. How will you be able to carry out or to identify a sample size within the whole county? And what is the size of your sample size? Then the next question goes to Harry, and most of these are just comments. My first comment to Harry is that your slides were too wordy. Then when it comes to the presentation of the results on sanitation technology, please check on presenting that data in form of graphs. It's very easy to visualize a graph when you are looking at those sanitation technologies. Then in your discussion, I expected to see a comparison of your results with previous studies, and there was none, and yet the rule of thumb says at least you should compare your results with at least 3 previous studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosemary.
Thank you. Maybe you can clarify that. And I think the same is happening in, is it like Bogoria, Marengo? The same phenomenon is happening. So I'm wondering actually if these floods relate to sanitation issues or it's geological changes below the ground. For Ruth, thank you for exposing such threatening challenges that relate to DSpace. Do you mean now DSpace is just something else? The way we really rely on DSpace. But I was waiting to see, nowadays AI is really changing things, and you can generate content, upload in an existing document. Did you research anything about that, especially on generation of texts? Because I saw the threats are either human or technological, but I didn't say anything about artificial intelligence and GPT. Maybe you could address that. But yeah, it's an interesting area. Thanks.
Thank you for the presenters and your presentation. I want to start with Ruth because this is my area. Ruth, this was a good presentation. My question goes to what are the measures that we can put in place to be able to counter the challenges of security by design? Because security by design, one of the major or 2 major challenges is security and usability, and also the evolution in cyber threats. Because today we might be monitoring the threat in this form, maybe thinking people will be plagiarizing, then we notice they are not plagiarizing, they're using AI, as Dr. has said. So what are some of the measures maybe from your tech that could be put in place so that from the top layer where we have the application level, by security by design, then we are able to counter those threats and vulnerabilities. And the same, I had a question in terms of, because of course the biggest threat is known as the inside threats, then I was asking how do we balance between ethics and trust? That is for Ruth. Then for Harry, I had a question, starting with your first slide, where I saw flamingos in your slides, and I was wondering, are flamingos still in Kenya? Because I think that was a thing of the past. I know, with all facts, that flamingos are no longer in Kenya. So I'm wondering why you chose that, and especially in the 2026 conference, where you'll be presenting on research. Did you find out that our flamingos are back in Kenya? Maybe it's something that we don't know, so that we carry it over. And then I was wondering, the issues, I think, of the migration. Might it be also a sanitation issue? That flamingos left Kenya because we are unable to manage our sanitation well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll just speak to Susan. Susan, that was a nice presentation, but remember this is a proposal. I don't know at what level it is, because Dr. Zach spoke about your topic, about the sanitation outcomes. For mentioning of the sanitation outcomes, remember there are 3 things that speak to the outcomes or the measurable, and one of them can make your PhD study. So I don't know if you've thought about that. So maybe you can respond if you really talked to your supervisors about this and at which level you are in. So thank you very much, and at this point I'll allow responses from Harry.
So that was actually my focus, and I picked a sample of around 1564 plots within that area as my sample size. In terms of the land size, I think I didn't capture that, but in terms of the land size, it's around 300 kilometers squared. Primarily, Nakuru is very concentrated, especially because of the lake and also the upper part, which is more of the Menengai area. So that's what I was looking at, but I was also looking at the different stratified in terms of the different settlements, because we have the formal and the informal settlements as you move towards the lakeside. So those are different kinds of settlements. In terms of why I chose Nakuru, primarily Nakuru is very unique in different elements. The basic one is Nakuru is a transit town and also has different kinds of population. It's also a rapidly urbanizing area because being a transit town, it also has different kinds of settlements and also the different climate risks that, especially proximity to the lake, Nakuru, that has actually been increasing in terms of rising. That has a significant effect, and also collapsing, and the different issues around the structural integrity of the area. Those were things that I decided would be good to study, because then you can be able to compare this with other cities because of also the different sanitation challenges. And also Nakuru has a mix of different sanitation options based on also other factors around the population. That's why I picked this. I think it's a good idea. Also the comparison with other areas, but the other comparison would be Kisumu and Nairobi as also areas that would be similar. The other one was, I think the comments on the slides were too wordy. I appreciate that. Some of them were too wordy, and I take all those comments on presenting as graphs and also comparing the results. I think this I did in terms of my thesis. I think that is in graphs, and also the results have been compared. I think I just didn't put it up there. In terms of flamingos, I think they have disappeared, but I think they are now at Lake Elementaita. So we still have some flamingos in Nakuru. So that's why I put it there, because that's what people identify Nakuru with. But that's why I actually put it there. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions and the comments. So similarly to Harry, I also chose Nakuru City. So I won't get into what Harry has mentioned, but additionally also add that the recent elevation to a city makes it justifiable for the study, despite the progress that has been made in the city in terms of sanitation service delivery in areas of policies and also in institutional mandates. The other one was a comment, and this is on the institutional participation. I agree and take note of the comment, and we'll get back into looking at the findings that I got so that I can be able to formulate recommendations that would make the paper and even the research more noticeable, and also provide some strong recommendations to all. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments and also the questions put on board. The first one from Daktari about our topic, determinants that influence sanitation outcomes, sanitation financing on sanitation outcome. Here we are looking at the most of the sanitation, or looking specifically at the latrine, for example, coverage, in Meru County we stand at 60%, reference to the latest study, 2023 study done. So we are finding that all the same, we have issues to do with outbreaks of diarrhea diseases which result to mortality and morbidity, especially under 5 years. And besides having many people invested in sanitation, specifically in upgrading the latrine coverage, or at the end of it all, we want to attain a coverage where we have improved a latrine. In that case, we are looking at the outcome. In this level, the outcome, we are looking at the access, sustainability, and the usability of those latrines, because you find that even after we have done several campaigns, we tend to see people use the latrine, and some of the issues is that some of them, they are not accessible, and others, we have the latrine, yes, they are there, but they cannot be used because of the issues to do with the structural part of it, and also the cultural beliefs affecting the outcome. So that is why we are looking at the financing model, and also if we apply that financing model, what is the result of it, which whereby we are looking at the outcome. The other thing about the second question is about from Rosemary, how we determine the sample size. We use the Crotbart formula to determine the sample size of 400 participants, and the key informants, 25. Those are the stakeholders that are clearly involved in sanitation model, all from the people that deal with the sanitation, that is from deep correction, from the point of where we deposit the fecal matter, transportation, and the head user. The other thing is about the other question from Dr. Chari, Dr. Joy, is about the stage where we are. We are in the initial stage, waiting to be given opportunity to present in the panel, and we appreciate the opportunity that you have been given to present, because we are trying also to model. Thank you.
Thank you. I have 3 questions as feedback. The first one is on artificial intelligence in relation to the paper. And I must admit that I concentrated on the provenance records that are available in this space from a socio-technical perspective. So I just limited myself to the risks to the provenance record. So I stand guided. I need to read more on artificial intelligence and its relationship with provenance records on this space. The second question is on the evolution of cyberspace crimes as part of the security by design. And based on the literature findings from what I have presented, the greatest risks in provenance in the repository is insider. So while Stride covers the outside, the spoofing, the tampering, but from an external perspective, the real true risks for provenance are from trusted insiders as the greatest provenance risks. So I'll check out on the evolution of cyberspace crimes as can escalate to be a provenance risk. And finally, I've been asked about the thin line between ethics and trust. And the last slide that I presented, I recommend policy. Actually, for my own even practical application, I believe I need to develop a policy that touches on provenance, because it's not something we've paid much attention. Because from the technological perspective, this space has the provenance things sorted. But from the reality, those things that are considered sorted can be compromised from insider threats. Thank you.
A round of applause to the presenters. Thank you very much for the responses to the questions given. We have two MSc on your documents and also help you prepare for the final defense. So we really wish you well. Work closely with your supervisors so that you have all this addressed. Susan, you are just beginning your journey. I just request that you work very closely with your supervisors. They'll be there to mentor you so that you are able to improve on the topic and also align the objectives so that during the next most week we can be able now to get results from you rather than a proposal. Then Ruth, well done, you are doing very well. I see you have very nice mentors here, one being the doctor just next to me, and I saw you are also working with our renowned Prof. Mamo. Kindly let them mentor you. Next year we expect very nice presentations from you. I'll be coming to present because you're a presenter. You can take me through your area, and I understand. So thank you very much, and with that I request you to sit down. We are now coming to the end of our day, and I think the best thing we can do is give ourselves a clap. Thank you very much for the people in the room now. These are our listeners from morning up to now. We really appreciate you. You've made the room very, very warm. I was actually worried that some of the presenters would not get feedback. But you are only limited by time. The presentations were very nice, the interactions were also very, very nice. So we really appreciate you for that. And I know that next time we will be also having presentations here. You have been happy here to chair this particular session. I believe my rapporteurs have also been proud too. Now we are coming to the end. Just remember that tomorrow, MOSTIC continues. The opening ceremony is at 9:30 a.m. Kindly let us all be there. Let us all be there to listen. I believe we are really learning and seeing on where we can be able to collaborate with other people. Remember, it's all about interdisciplinary. The presentations we had today have been enabled by a very powerful team. Our ICT team have done us proud. All the presentations were uploaded on time, the projections were on time, the sound was perfect, so we really appreciate that particular team. And again, also to remember the team that is making memories. We are here today, but remember you'll see our photos, our voices in the next many years. So we have that particular team with us, and we really appreciate them for that. So I really thank you for this. And here I'll give my chair to give some remarks before we come to the end of the day.
Thank you. Let's give Dr. Joy a clap. She has done as well. We managed to have all the presenters do the presentation. In fact, when we started in the morning, we were all worried if all our postgraduate students would have gotten enough time for presentation, but we thank God through her steering the wheel, we've managed to have all the presenters present, and I think we've given feedback to all our presenters. So I want to thank God and even thank her for that. I also want to thank our ushers who've been with us since morning. I think they have ushered us in well. Thank you, and kindly pass our regards to the others who have not who are not around but have walked out, but of course have done a good job even to ensure that we are well coordinated. I also want to thank our rapporteurs for ensuring that we've taken minutes of everything that has been happening. My communication would be that it is necessary to take positive all the comments that are given in the presentation. The reason why we present our work, and the more you present, the easier it becomes for you even to understand your work, is that you get those comments and you keep improving your work so that you're able to know where are the gaps, so that the day, when the day comes for defense, it becomes very easy for you to be able to come in and give the answers. But I'm so happy that we were able to even respond to the questions that were raised. And I know for most of us who have extra questions, we will be following the researchers and we will be interacting with them because they are here during the entire MUSTIC conference, which is, of course, we have 2 more days to go, and I think we will have enough time to interact. So I also want to extend a hand of welcome to our postgraduate students tomorrow during our MUSTIC official opening day, so that you're also able to see other advanced researchers and what they are doing in their field. And looking at even what our guest speaker talked about, interdisciplinary collaborations, this is the time that you cannot hide your work. This is not the time you can work alone in your own cocoon, but it is the time now you come out and look for other people you can collaborate with and work with. I am so happy because I have seen several people and I've seen several gaps. Dr. Zach will agree with me that I'm thinking now we will even approach to be able to see how we will be doing collaborative research. So God bless you, and may God bless Mary University, even as we continue with our conference. The time for opening, for correction on this. Tomorrow the conference is starting at 8:30, not 9:30. Correction on that so that you're not late. So kindly be seated by 8 so that by 8:30 when our VC comes in, if you will find us ready for the conference. So karibuni sana and God bless you. I think we can all stand and share the words of grace so that we call it a day. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Thank you and God bless you.